Hello, everybody. Welcome to Minnow Cup Splat Zones Edition. My name is Toma. I'm going to be one of your commentators on mic here today. I've got my great friend Weef with me. Weef, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, while everyone's either making jokes on Twitter about how they're quitting comp or playing Splatfest, getting some turf war action in, or watching Ink TV. We are going into some awesome zones action. Of course, we had a team not show up and played a little April Fool's joke on us, and that's why we're going into this a little bit late. But I'm excited for this set that we are jumping right into the middle of.
I am too. We're going to be going in on Inkblot Art Academy. Los Inklings taking a little bit of an early lead, claiming that Manta Maria game off of stream. But as far as Inkblot Art Academy goes, what can you tell me about this map? What's the strategy here? What would you like to see out of both of these teams going into this game?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's a pretty balanced map mode. You can make a lot of things work here as long as you're determined, but your main goal is to, at first secure your plat and then push your control all the way up through mid, maybe get a person on that big stack in the middle, and then you really want to try to get into their plat. It's a pretty advantageous position to hold. It's not too risky because you can just fall back right off, and as long as you have the ink behind you, it's not too risky. You can just back out. And of course, I don't think it's possible in zones, but in all the other modes, your main goal is to get up on bats. But your main in zones, you don't push too far forward, just getting up on that plat. But it's like I said, fairly balanced map mode. It's no Manta. I know you're really excited to watch Manta, but I'm sure it'll be a fun time regardless.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love this map here. Me as the backline, both of us backline players, I love to be sitting up there on that stack in mid, watching my team's back, watching that right hand side. And that's another thing these teams are gonna have to look out for. If you have all the members in the plat and you don't have anyone back in mid holding it down, they can kind of sneakily come through that flank route and come behind you and take the zone. But we're going to be going in now. We're going to see Los Inklings coming out there. Triple shooter with that heavy splatling. Sorry, not triple shooter. Double shooter with a flingza and that heavy splatling. And then we've got or shot, one vanilla, one T-Tech, a Stamper, and a C-Jet coming out.
I've heard people say that we're going to be flowing into a Flingza meta here pretty soon, but it looks like that Flingza could not save them from going 2 down. Now it looks like Los Inklings are now on defense in this first little minute here. Already getting backed up. A lot of the players from the other team are starting to get set up and pushing themselves into a nice spot to start getting a push here. They're already 30 points on the board very, very fast.
Yep, those tri-strikes come in trying to find a way in for those Inklings, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as the full wipe comes out. It's still going to be Seafoam Suckers holding on to this zone at the moment. They're going to be getting jumps back in right now, preparing for the defense of the zone once again. As this timer continues to tick down, you see Los Inklings just trying to build specials, do whatever they can. They've got the missiles online to go ahead and start a push in there, and looks like that is going to be enough for them to go ahead and get a cap onto that zone. Members of Seafoam Suckers there on the right hand side taken down by that Flingza Roller. The Flingza Roller getting another nice pick there. Just one up left on the side of Seafoam Suckers, getting that Trizuka out, picking one of the members of Los Inklings before finally going down the rest of Seafoam Suckers on the respawn, trying to come back in and secure this zone.
Yeah, it looks like Los Inklings are moving really fast through their penalty here. Only about 20 seconds left until they get the lead. It looks like Seafoam Suckers, there are 3 up. They're starting to take fights in mid and starting to get their presence being known again. Getting some nice picks here, but it looks like the Stamper is going to go down, and that's going to give Los Inklings the lead here as they get a wipe right as it goes. I don't know if Seafoam Suckers are going to have time to get back to cap the zone. They can get back to mid, but this is a zone that's obstructed by that big tower, meaning that you can't paint it all that fast. And with only a few seconds left on the board, it looks like it's going to get stalled for a second. Tri-checks are going to go out. Specials are being thrown at the zone. It is 3 for 3 right now. Only the junior left in mid here, and it looks like Seafoam Suckers makes the clutch.
Oh my gosh, and that's so vital for them right now to stay alive in this set. They're the one that's 1 down right now, so they need to be able to hold there. They're going to be working through their penalty right now, and they just need to be able to create this lockout situation to try to keep the zone for long enough to take that lead and the KO, because, the 1 point left, they have to KO if they want to win this game now. The tri-strikes coming out, the Zuka trying to find its target over there, just falling short of it, and in 2 down now on the side of Seafoam Suckers. That's going to be Los Inklings able to recap the zone, but they've got a massive penalty that they've got to work through.
Defense Looker is going to have to KO if they're going to take this game home, but they did buy themselves a second lease on life here. It's not over for them yet. They are 3 down. Los Inklings are moving in really fast yet again with only 40 points left on their penalty. It ticks down a lot faster than you'd expect, so they really have to get something going and fast, but they also can't play too gung-ho here or risk wiping out and sealing the deal, but they get some really nice picks here. It's 3 down on the side of Los Inklings. It looks like they're going to be able to cap the zone yet again, but the pivotal question is whether or not they are going to be able to hold it until they KO, which is, like I said, what they need to do.
Yep, unfortunate fight there from the Stamper. You saw a little bit, maybe too gung-ho, as you said, running out of ink and then still just continuously trying to find that pick, but not able to get a swing out. Now, Los Inklings on the respawn, you see that Heavy's already dropped, pushing towards this zone, and members of Seafoam Suckers aren't quite forward there enough to meet them, and that's going to give Los Inklings the cap. Once again, that defensive bubble on the zone going to be coming out, but the tri-strike's coming out to meet it, trying to clear some space, but it isn't quite able to get the cap. Stamper down now, 2 down on the side of Seafoam Suckers, and you can already see Los Inklings wanting to go towards this ramp again. One of them moving maybe a little bit too fast there, doesn't quite see that suction bomb and gets picked off, but Los Inklings is still doing a great job holding here. Of course, as soon as I say that, one of them's going to be taken out by a Trizuka, and it looks like this is going to be the cap again for Seafoam Suckers.
Not quite just yet. Looking like it's gonna be real close here, but there it is. They have 30 seconds left in the game. That's gonna be all the time that they have left to end up holding the zone. They don't want to lose it at all here and risk going really far into overtime where they have to make every single thing count. The missiles are gonna make them move off the zone, and that's gonna be the cap for Los Inklings yet again. Unless Seafoam Suckers can make something happen in the last 10 seconds, this game looks pretty set, but we'll see how they go. 5 seconds left on the board. Zone is painted half and half. Players a whole bunch up on the right here. They go 2 down, and that's going to be the game going to Los Inklings and the set.
It sure is. But this is play all 3, so they've still got one more match left on Hagglefish Market. And, I have to say, the difference that I saw here really was the pace that these teams were setting. Los Inklings running a much faster comp and going a lot faster into the base of Seafoam Suckers when they took control of that zone. You saw, especially that Flingza would move so rapidly up that unequal ramp and just into the plat of Seafoam Suckers, and we never really saw Seafoam Suckers do the same to Los Inklings. What do you want to see changed, as far as pace, maybe weapon comps, coming out on Hagglefish Market to maybe give Seafoam Suckers that aggression they need to respond?
Aggression is a great thing, but it can be shut down really easily on Hagglefish by a good anchor. So if they pull out a good anchor of their own, that might stop Los Inklings in their tracks. But I don't know, it's from Los Inklings comp, you wouldn't expect them to be winning in the aggression department. They were running a Junior, a Flingza, and that Heavy, all of them more supportive weapons. The Heavy, obviously, an anchor that can flex into a supportive or aggressive role if it needs to be, and same with the Flingza, but I don't know. Their only real aggressive option seemed to be, I believe it was their shot, and so they just capitalized on what their weapons did well, very well, and were able to play at that more aggressive pace. Not necessarily comp difference, but just play style, like you said. Seafoam Suckers, it doesn't necessarily need to change up their comp, but just actually play to the style of their weapons more, be able to see the opportunities that they have and push them to their furthest. We saw Los Inklings in that last set get a bunch of lockouts, or at least for a good period of time, and I don't think we saw that too often out of Seafoam Flickers, and that's something that is also very powerful on Hagglefish as it is on Inkblot.
Yep, for sure. And also Haggle, I totally agree with what you said about a great anchor here. It can make all the difference in the world, especially watching those 2 flank options. I think this is kind of the meme that goes around on Twitter about this map. A good E-leader can just sit there and deny the entire map from being entered.
The illusion of free
And
choice.
but exactly. And that's going to be really important because those flank routes can be so important when setting up pushes. If you got 2 pushing through mid and you've got a third going around that flank to provide the extra little bit of pressure that is needed to wipe the team out, that can make all the difference in the world. We're going to see on Los Inklings, they're running a very similar comp, I believe, shooting out or switching out one of their members for that machine now. And on the side of Sorry, Seafoam Suckers, and we don't see any comp changes coming out there.
Already we see their Stamper go on the flank route, getting into a little bit of a scuffle with that machine before backing out just a little bit. They do have the zone right now, but it's not going to last all that long as Seafoam Suckers does get, the Stamper does get picked off. And now, actually, the zone was taken down just a little bit more. They got all the way down to 84, and now Los Inklings are doing what we saw in that last game and moving forward incredibly fast, taking advantage of their advantage. The Zuka is going to come out, not going to be able to do too much against Los Inklings' aggression as they move all the way up, almost onto their plat. We see this this machine here going for the off angle, trying to pick the player off on the tent, but as the goal, or as the score reaches 50, it doesn't look like Seafoam Suckers are in a position to rebound all that fast.
They got those tri-strikes coming out, but they fall short of the zone. Not going to be quite able to cap anything off of that. And now with 3 down, this is starting to look pretty dangerous for Seafoam Suckers. You've still got this flings up pretty far forward. They're going to be looking over here at this right-hand side as the members from Seafoam Suckers try to come back in. There's a lot of paint on that zone as they try to get it, but it's going to flip back in favor of Los Inklings. 3 down now. It looks like that is going to be the game for Los Inklings, who's going to take the very clean 3-0 sweep.
That was a lot more dominant than we saw in the last game. As we saw in the last game, Seafoam Suckers was able to clutch up a few times there. Not able to respond, unfortunately, to Los Inklings' aggression and how they moved up and how they forgot to switch off their Splatfest tees, apparently.
Yeah, there sure are some Splatfest tees in there. You can only hope that they change the main ability of them. Gosh, I remember the days of Splatoon 2, and you'd be locked into a ability doubler if you didn't switch that thing off.
Oh, God. Yeah. But yeah, super dominant. Seafoam Suckers was able to hold just for a little bit, all the way down to 84. And once they got going, once those things got going, they were going really hard. And I'm looking forward to see how well they do in the rest of the tournament. But unfortunately, that is going to be this set over.
Absolutely is. We'll be cutting to a short break as we wait for all of these teams to finish up their round 1, and we hope you'll be joining us back very soon. Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready for our round two of Swiss here in the Minnow Cup Splat Zones edition. We got Bridge 4 versus Starlight coming out. Are you excited for this one, Weave?
I am always excited. Starlight coming out here with the full roster. It looks like five maybe mainstays and a few subs, but we don't. It is what it is. Bridge 4, on the other hand, team of 5, so it's always a toss up of who we'll see. But as we go on, we have some interesting maps here in this map pool that I'm looking at, looking a bit forward. Got Brightwater Springs, Mickle Mart, Museum, all of course on Splat Zones. I love all of these maps. They're all incredibly fun. They're also all pretty anchor heavy. So, I mean, you know how it is. I
Oh,
like
they sure are. I love Water. People always tell me you have bad opinions, Toma. You have anchor opinions, and I'm like, look, Water is just fun. I don't know what to tell you. Like,
it's basically ink. If you think it's Inklet with more elevation, is what I've heard it be compared to, and I have to agree. You've got the big block in middle, you've got the two side flank routes, and the plat is of course way easier to push up on than it is in Inkblot, just due to the lack of high ground and how it's kind of a straight shot. But I mean, that can be a pro and a con depending if you're on the receiving or the defending end of that. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Of course, I want to see the Hydras. I want to see the Heavies. I want to see the Tri-Stringers and the E-Leaders and the ZNFs. I love watching Anchors. I love watching them do their thing. We'll see if any of these teams decide to run that.
if I saw a tri-stringer here on stream today, I would be so happy. You know how much I love that silly little weapon. It is my favorite. It is my beloved. I desperately want it to get an Omega Splat Zones kit where it's just torpedo and rain and it can paint everything in the
Oh my
world.
god.
That
Or
is
like
my
Tri-Strike or something. Oh,
yeah, God, my
I'm like,
dream kits for real. But we're going to be getting into this game right now, seeing what both teams are going to be bringing to the table.
oh
There's that
yes.
Hydra. We see the Hydra
Love to see
coming
it.
out right there. And we see, it looks like an Explosher that's going to be coming out on the other side for their team's anchor. Also a really great pick with the amount of pressure that it can provide and definitely just a lot of paint on this map.
Sometimes I forget that Explosher exists in the game. It's not as powerful as it was in 2, but it's still very, very strong, especially on zones here. I feel like we're going to see it a lot today. But as of right now, it looks like Bridge 4 has the zone. Starlight has a very ranged comp, but all of it, the range on that team pales in comparison to the range that Hydra Spatling has, and now it's putting a lot of pressure on mid. Bridge 4 already moving up these guys' ramps, getting picks on the Explosher. The zone is stalled right now, but they get it painted right fast and continue to keep the pressure forward and not let them even touch the zone for a bit.
Oh, they sure are. You know, you're already got to be getting this zone to about halfway through, and you're still not relenting pressure there. Just the X-Flow is up on the side of Starlight. Bridge 4 doing a great job of getting in here and getting control of this map. Bazooka now coming out, and right now you've just got a staggered situation for Starlight. They keep coming out and getting picked off, but now finally 4 up. They need to be able to take these fights together, but one's going to go down. That Fling's getting a trade. The Crab going to come out here, try to get some pressure onto this zone. 5 seconds left remaining, but just the Flings a roller up. It looks like that is going to be it for that game. It's going to be a very clean 0 to 100 push there.
Yeah, I saw a lot of from Starlight. I saw a lot of dying with specials. I just saw them really, really struggle to get back in. Like I was saying, this map it's a lot easier to push up on than Inkblot is, even though they are kind of structured similarly when you look at it from a certain angle. But it just seemed like the Bridge 4 were able to push all the way up and did not release their pressure. They backed off a little bit, but they just completely denied all of Starlight's entry. And without coordinated specials and without a coordinated game plan, it is so, so hard to get back in here.
Oh, it absolutely is. You know, you don't have a lot of options to come out. You can kind of just drop straight down into that ramp area, but if you're that's where they are, you don't want to necessarily drop straight into them. You can go all the way to that very low left side flank, but still it's not the best option at all times. You know, it is the low ground flank. If there is somebody still left in mid trying to hold down that zone, it's easy to spot someone doing that and just kind of go over and splat them. And finally, you have the long right hand side. It's kind of got that little awkward bit of a window Minnow that obstructs your view. So the options there limited, did what they could do with them as best as they can, but Bridge 4 held that really strong. But a map that has a lot more options for entry and a lot more things to play around here, Mako Mart. You've got these stacks, you've got a lot of ledges to play around and cover to be had on this map. Definitely not going to be the same kind of easy lockout situation that we saw on Brine Water, I think.
You definitely still can initiate a lockout in Brine Water, but that involves pushing all the way up into the street. And if there's even a single person left alive that's paying attention, it can be very, very difficult to do that. It's low ground, there's a lot of high ground above you, great spots to defend from. And notably, I think Bridge Force comp, unless I switch it up, which of course is always in the cards, might be a little bit more difficult. I feel like Hydra can struggle here with the amount of cover. It can't put as much unrelented pressure on the zone, and being forced to move by things like bombs or players sharking under those drops can be very difficult for it. So Starlight's comp might have a bit more of a chance to shine, no pun intended here. But like it's a very even map mode. A lot of things can work, just like Inkblot. It's kind of equal ground here. You see long range weapons work, you see short range weapons work, you see weapons that love to play around ledges. Always love to see that. So we'll see if maybe that Flingza roller can get something out. And then we see the return of the Hydra. Bridge 4 decides not to change anything up, but looks like Starlight certainly will.
Yeah, they are. They're going to be getting rid of that Explo. Definitely an interesting choice because I think the Explo is a great pick on this map with the pressure that it provides. But it looks like they're going to be opting to run something a little bit more aggressive here. They've got this Rapid already going up onto this stack, trying to poke around and see if he can find some picks. 3 down now on the side of Bridge, or sorry, yeah, that is Bridge 4 actually. Starlight doing a great job taking control of this area. Already got the zone in their favor, and now they're going to be looking to try to create a sort of lockout situation going. They're under here, under this ledge. You see that Flingza trying to apply some pressure, goes down to the T-Tech on the side. 2 picks out from the T-Tech. That's a great play there. That's going to give Bridge 4 maybe the opportunity they need to be able to sneak into this zone, and now they are able to get the cap on that, and they're going to be able to be holding and making their first push.
Yeah, Starlight, Starbright, can they take the zone back tonight? That's where we saw them struggle in the last game, not necessarily in getting mid, but once they lost that first team fight, once they are on this advantage, they kind of struggled here. So we'll see if they can take it back. Already lead is very, very close to being lost, but they do manage to take it back. Already, they might be thinking about pushing forward yet again, putting Bridge 4 in the uncomfortable situation that they were in earlier, and just, you have to play it safe though. You don't want a situation where you go down all 4 and allow Bridge 4 to get 40 points on the board yet again. They are approaching on even furthering their lead here though, making all of the members very uncomfortable as this Tetra goes back in, causing so much chaos here. Getting not a pick with the Reslider, but using it to get a quick ink refill. Getting the Hydra, which is such a pivotal pick here because of the pressure it can put out, and just generally causing a lot of chaos, going so long without dying and putting out so much pressure, making it hard for Bridge 4 to move, but unfortunately Starlight was not able to make much of it. They are still struggling to get zone back here.
Yep, but just as you say that, they're able to find that zone, and they're able to do it just in time to be able to hold their lead. Starlight now pretty fast, eating through that penalty to try to extend their lead if they can. Just 8 seconds remaining left on that, and it looks like, oh, just as they are eating through their penalty, that Zuka's gonna come out.
Oh wow.
And that is going to be a very short-lived extension, but an extension nonetheless of their lead. The members of Bridge 4 moving pretty quickly up here, trying to get some picks out. One finds its way onto the Flingza roller, but forced to back up. They're still going to be able to hold zone here, but Special is now in favor of Starlight as they come in. That Inkjet trying to find some picks. It goes down, 3 down on the side of Bridge 4. This is Starlight's opportunity to reclaim this zone. They do so. They're going to be set up here on this stack now, and they need to keep this pressure up to find a bigger lead extension.
Yeah, they do have specials ready. I mean, the special in question is, of course, a Reef Slider, but they can use that to extend their hold if they're brave enough. And they do go in here, surviving that Booyah Bomb, but there is going to be a lot of pressure being put on the zone. The machine is going to be picked off, and they were the only one in the back. It's kind of flippy-floppy here. 2 members of Starlight in Bridge 4 spawn Flimsy gets picked off. It looks like it's only really the Tetras back on the field with the Rapid and the Machine both respawning, but they are doing a great job at doing what Tetras do and causing chaos and making them uncomfortable, and they managed to keep the zone out of all of that, rapidly pushing further and further towards that KO that they've been working towards all game. This Big Bomb is going to come out and disrupt that a little bit, but with some well-timed, team movement, they're able to avoid it. Unfortunately, not able to save the zone here, though. Flings on the stack, pushing forwards, just trying to cause chaos once again, trying to disturb their defenses. They want to get the zone cap again because it's very, very close to Starlight losing their lead.
It absolutely is. Bridge 4 has been making these small little pushes that are sustained. They're not very long, but they're continuous. And because of that, their penalty isn't very large and they're able to eat through it right away. And that's going to be the lead change going over in favor to Bridge 4. Starlight are 2 down now. They need to be able to get back on their footing, get in all together. You see the jump out from the Flingza to try to regroup with their team. And there goes the Reef Slider capping zone. You know, that new buffed explosion radius from Reef Slider, able to just solo cap zones like that. And that's going to be great for Starlight. They're almost through their penalty. They just need to hold for a little bit longer to be able to reclaim their lead. They're going to be actually gaining points on the board now, as they're going to be approaching that. But Bridge 4 is going to be coming in, trying to put a stop to that if they can. And it's going to be really, really close here. All this paint going down on the zone as this timer is ticking down. It looks like Starlight has the man advantage, getting picks onto Bridge 4. And that there may be the game going to Starlight.
Game 1 was incredibly dominant in Bridge 4's favor, but they really seemed to struggle here. They were, like we saw, able to get the zone and the lead there for a brief period of time, but Starlight took it back with some incredibly clutch picks. It was looking really bad for them. I believe they were 2 down, and then one of the players just got some, like I said, crucial picks, and where they were able to take it back off of that. In those last few seconds, it just became pure desperation as everyone threw everything they had at the zone. But Starlight, instead of focusing on painting, they focused on getting the picks on that zone, which ended up spiraling into an advantage and allowing them to cap and take the lead in the last few seconds there. Very well played, but we're going to see how well they respond to Museum de Alfonsino. It kind of felt like their comp, Bridge 4's that is, struggled on Mako Mart, and Starlight was able to work a little bit more out of it, but we returned to another very backline favored map here as Museum is.
Yeah, it absolutely is. You know, I'm sure we're probably going to see that Hydra return out, and then, you know, I'm wondering, are we going to see the return of that Explo and or another backline, maybe a Charger coming out? Because, like you said, a very backline heavy map, and it's kind of easy for the backline to sit up on that plat pretty uncontested and just put a lot of pressure onto mid. Your only real option onto their plat is that spinner, and if you can just continuously fire at that, if you've got, you know, a Hydra just throwing shots at it, if you've got a sniper that's watching it, it's not easy to just rush them down, and having a backline can make all the difference on this map.
Yeah, definitely. It is notably one of the features, whatever. It's a trait of this map is that it's very hard to retreat once you drop into mid, which can be very bad for backliners unless you're stationed up on that spinner. If you try to maybe hold like the left side from the ground, you're gonna get you're really gonna have a rough time there, and you just need to be able to either jump out or find a way back on that spinner if you don't want to get killed down there. But it's a interesting thing for everyone else, and notably, you know, you really want to get up onto that plat. You really want to try your best and get a lockout initiated, but it's pretty difficult. You have to have a very good opening to do so.
Yeah, you sure do. And, you know, I feel that so well what you said about getting stuck out, because there's been times I am like, okay, I'm gonna move forward, I'm gonna get on this spinner, and then I immediately get like have to drop off the spinner from a bomb, and then my team goes down, and then I'm just stuck in mid. I'm like, okay, what am I gonna do now? This is bad. Like, jump
Ooh.
out immediately. We see the mirrored explosher coming out on both sides for this map as the backline pick. That's a very interesting thing. We're not going to see that Hydra come out once again. Already one down on each side as both these teams just try to take an early lead on this zone. Bridge 4 gets the first cap, but only to 91, not going to be any safe of a push. They've got to find a more picks to take control and hold that zone.
Unfortunately, this Booyah Bomb, very poorly timed. Unfortunately for them, they get picked off immediately. That Booyah Bomb armor is thick, but it is far from invincible, and it looks like that is going to be Bridge 4 continuing to have a good push here. Their lead was not safe, as you mentioned, and so now it's going to get infringed upon even further. These guys are struggling to kind of get a point to maintain control, but they have it right now. They're not furthering their control anywhere past zone, but as we see, it's still ticking down. Starting to be contested a little bit more now, though, but Starlight is still not all up. Still don't have the control that they desire, and just don't really have advantage right now. They're just kind of struggling to find it, as we saw in the first game.
Yeah, this Flings over here doing their best to survive and keep pressure despite their man-down situation, and it looks like Starlight finally able to turn that around. Flings are going to see if they can get a pick on the shooter over here. They are able to find it. They're very close to missiles here too, which is going to be great for helping create a lot of pressure onto this zone and onto the map for them. They're going to be over here in this corner, choosing not to pop it quite yet. There is somebody who's going to drop behind them, and now are they gonna see them? The little bit of a fight going on there. It looks like they were able to get out, pop their missiles, got a pick onto that player as well, and that's going to be very vital there for the lead to switch one up. Just the Explosher alive on Bridge 4. This is looking to be a great situation right now for Starlight.
Yeah, some very well-timed missiles are going to spiral into a very well-played push here. Two members are down, but at least they've gotten it all the way down to 20 if they aren't able to hold it even further, which is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. It's not invincible as we saw in that last game, but it's enough where you can feel comfortable. You can feel like you don't have to throw yourself at the zone to survive. You can kind of play back a little bit more, think about your moves a little bit more carefully, and I feel like that's hopefully what we want to see out of them. They have struggled to get out of disadvantage in the past historically while we've been watching this set. And right now they are two down. Bridge 4 is starting to encroach on their lead ever so slowly, ever so persistently, but that zones timer takes down so fast, and we're going to see how they respond here. Looks like they're going to respond with missiles, pushing them out of the zone and making an opportunity for the reslider to go in. Zone gets capped yet again.
Yes, that's going to be a great combination of specials there to break in and get control. They've got this junior over here on the side, a lot of pressure onto them. The Explo jumping back to the plat, having a little bit of a safer spot to sit at where they maybe not feel as pressured. They've got that rain online for wanting to hold that zone, looking like they're not opting to pop it quite yet and going to wait for that other rain to expire and now throw it, so that they're making sure to get the most use out of that special, have the most paint onto the zone. The tri-strikes are going to come out, going to neutralize the zone, but Bridge 4 hasn't yet found the cap, but two down on the side of Starlight. That is going to give them the opportunity that they need.
That's a full wipe. We might see these players try to rush onto their plat here, and that is exactly what they are doing. Getting up here is, like I said, it's incredibly good. It's pretty hard to defend. You have a lot of cover, and that's the spinner that is slowly moving around, and they only have like 10 points left until they take the lead, and it's looking incredibly rough for Starlight here. We're gonna see if they are gonna be able to clutch up yet again, but this Booyah Bomb is gonna get shredded. Unfortunately, that is the lead being swapped. Bridge 4 is still on their plat, still has specials. Tetra's gonna get taken out. That is a full wipe, and with 10 seconds left on the timer, it doesn't look like Starlight is gonna be able to even make it back to the zone, especially with the players still up. That's the set and the game going to Bridge 4 in a 2-1 fashion.
Oh my goodness, that was well played there by Bridge 4. You saw they utilized that full wipe so well, and they moved incredibly fast onto the plat of Starlight, and it's that kind of no hesitation and the coordination together as a team that can make or break games, in Bridge 4 showing that they have it together.
Yeah, it's about recognizing when you have advantages and then taking them. It's not necessarily down to the mechanics of winning fights. It's when you win a fight, you know what to do after that, and that's where Bridge 4 excelled. Of course, they also excelled in taking advantage of their backliners on both sides. Just very well played from them, but as we saw, Starlight put up a show themselves.
They absolutely did. But that is going to be that for that round. We're going to be holding tight as we're getting ready for Swiss round 3 starting very shortly. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're gearing up for round 3 of Swiss in today's Minnow Cup Splat Zones edition. We've got a matchup between Dark Phoenix and 75% Taco. The first game we're going to be going into Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zones. Tell me a little bit about this map, Weef. What do you like to see here?
It's interesting. It's one of those maps where it feels like a lockout is so easy and it's so impossible. All you need to do is get a backliner up on their snipe and you are golden, but getting them up there can be certainly a challenge based on how many angles you can defend from. Pushing into the court, awesome. Doing that, not so much. But the zone is interesting in that it has high ground on the zone and then pushing up to it, you're on low ground. That's pretty interesting. The spinners add an interesting option to approach, but also can cut you off sometimes. Super interesting. Not personally one of my favorites, but it's a solid one.
Not one of my favorites either. Sometimes feels a little bit hard as a backlaner to find the correct place to stand, especially for chargers, like hydras, some of the slower backlines. Can struggle a bit, especially when those spinners are up, and if you get somebody just swimming up that and rushing you down, can be quite a bad time. One weapon class, though, however, that I think really benefits from this map, sloshers. Sloshers have a great time here poking up on that high ground on those snipes, moving people, especially machined, and I'm sure that we may see some of that action here.
Yeah, definitely. Though it just depends on what these teams like running. Some teams just don't play with certain weapons because they don't have fun with them, and that is 100% valid. Why play this game if you're not having fun? Am I right?
So true. That
Although,
was me, Splatoon 2 with any sort of shooter.
so true. But we do see a machine coming out and a very meta comp from one of those teams. I believe that was, is that? Not quite sure just yet. I think that was Dark Phoenix, yes. And then the other team, we see an E-liter and a Nautilus for some more range on their side. Hopefully, what they want to do is get up on that snipe and be able to keep the entire enemy team at bay, but they also have to deal with the aggression from the other team. So we'll see how that goes. Tri-Strike's going out, already forcing Dark Phoenix back, already getting some picks out, and it looks like the zone is still contested, actually.
Yep. But it looks like that Dark Phoenix may be able to take it here. They've got the members in front of it. They just needed to turn around and get a little bit of extra ink to cap there. 75% Taco now gonna be on the offense here. Gonna get 2 picks onto zone, and it looks like this may be the zone switching. They've got to just get a little bit extra paint here. They're painting forward, but they're not quite painting the zone, and there it goes. Finally, and they're going to be trying to go forward, get some picks here, but going down right as that person places the wave breaker. Kind of a flip-floppy game right now as Dark Phoenix takes that back. Got 2 down on the side of 70% or 75% tacos. They're going to be respawning, coming back into this zone.
But crucially, it doesn't look like Dark Phoenix is pushing too far ahead. They are being held back by the leader and that knot, which that comp is going to struggle to get back in, but it looks like they're doing a good job of getting back in themselves. Look like they're going to see almost a wipeout here. Neo Splash not quite able to find that pick, but that's going to give them the opportunity to do what the other team didn't and push up into their court a little bit.
Yep, and we're going to see what they can do with that too. You've got that Nautilus set up there, but it is going to be run down by members of Dark Phoenix. 2 down now on the side of 75% Taco. The lead change is going to happen as Dark Phoenix comes here onto the zone. The Tri-Strikes hold it for just a little bit longer, are able to find 2 picks as well. That Booyah Bomb going to come out trying to neutralize it. Does get the neutralization, but these fights here on this left-hand side finally going to result in 75% Taco still holding through all of that, and now just taking down their lead even further. I mean, it just really goes to show, like, every fight matters there. 75% Taco winning those and able to extend their lead as this timer is ticking down. Now, Dark Phoenix going to come in here with this crab tank, hoping to get the tap, and they are able to, finally getting some penalty there onto 75% Taco and keeping themselves alive in this game.
Yeah, you're kind of seeing what these comps are excelling at. Dark Phoenix is going to be really good at getting in, but 75% Taco is going to exchange that power of getting back in just for incredible holding power, and hold they did, getting all the way down to 11 points in just one push there. looks like Low over there on that Neo Slash is going to get a pick on the other team C Junior. And once again, 75% Taco is holding the zone, is ticking down points. Crab Tank is going to go out, putting a lot of pressure on it, but they're not going to be forced to move. Instead, opting to engage with the Crab, shredding it in the process and making it get almost no value.
They sure are, and now there's 52 there, getting some great picks onto 75% Taco, being able to get this space in front of there, but they're not quite moving forward into the sponge area, instead opting to go up this spinner, kind of wait there for someone to come to them, but now already forced back down because of those tri-strikes. I think what you said that they, or before was true. You don't really see right now Dark Phoenix taking advantage of that zone cap and moving forward into the base of 75% Taco, and that's making it a little bit easier for 75% Taco to be able to get these break-ins and retake the zone, since the members of Dark Phoenix are all pretty far back still and not really taking up space in their base. This E-Leader getting great picks here as they move forward to retake more space. That Booyah Bomb gonna get shredded, even though it does get to go out, neutralizes zone very briefly to stall that push, but that isn't going to be any sweat for 75% Tacos. They're going to be able to easily recap, get another pick coming back into the zone. They're holding a really strong game here.
We're in the last minute, and it looks like the Reverend Taco is only about 10 seconds away from getting this KO. 2 members down on Dark Phoenix, and the rest of them are being held back by the rest of 75% Taco, who is pushing forward even in the last moments. That is going to be game 1 going to them in a pretty dominant fashion. There was a lot of resistance, but in the end, they took it home with a KO.
Yeah, and I was kind of interested. Like, they didn't really have the best comp that I would have thought with that E-Leader and Nautilus, just sometimes lacking a little bit of paint, but they really made it work. And it came together beautifully. You saw great aggression there. You saw them utilizing those specials well. You saw that they would push together, but then anytime rain, anytime strikes came out, they took full advantage of that and they moved forward. They didn't stop at the zone. They would go forward into that sponge, onto the snipe to try to hold as much space as they can. And going forward can make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that there. But as we go on to the second zone, or second map, I should say, Umami Ruins, which is a, once again, very new, only, I think, what is it, like, been like a month? Haven't quite figured it out yet. It's very interesting. I think it's long range heavy, or long range advantage, but it's hard to tell. You've got two very, it plays a lot similar to Undertow. I mean, they have a lot of similarities. They're both split zone maps. They're both maps that have a divided mid. It's interesting to see, but I think it plays different in a few crucial ways.
It certainly does. And, I think one of the things about this map you have to note is when you're trying to push up past the zone, you've got that incredibly small choke point that you have to go through in order to be able to get into the enemy spawn. And getting through that can be quite the battle. You really have to make sure that you're utilizing, a delayed or full wipe to be able to push that pretty safely. But once you're through that choke point, if you're able to get in there, if you're able to set your backline up kind of on that little round hill on the enemy's base and get the rest of your members up there underneath those ledges and causing chaos, it is really hard to push back in.
Definitely, it's interesting. I'm not sure how to feel about it quite yet. Of course, it's in a lot of competitive map lists because we just want to try it out and see how it goes, and I think it's going relatively well, but it does have some weird flaws. The pits are useless. You hardly ever see anyone down there. It's weird. It's weird, and I don't know. Split zones maps in general are always very hit or miss with me. They always feel really stally because just getting the control on all that space is very difficult. So it feels like the timer never ticks down. But we'll see if these teams are going to be able to play that to their advantage. Dark Phoenix once again playing that very aggressive comp that they did struggle with a little bit, and then on the side of 75% Taco, swapping that E-Leader out for a ZNF for that wall and that tri-strike, which is going to be ever so powerful on zones here.
Yes, it absolutely is. Both these teams gonna go out vie for early control of both of these zones. You gotta cap both to get that timer counting. 2 down on 75% Taco. It looks like that's gonna be Dark Phoenix. potentially going to be able to take zone. They have to turn around. They have to paint that second zone. They're up here past this choke, but they don't have the second zone taken. You see that all the members have to turn around and get control of that. Now finally counting, but the little bit of wasted time there. This 52 getting a great pick there onto the Nautilus, going to be setting up here on that, was going to be setting up there, faced a little bit of fire, backed off, but they're doing a great job holding through this space. They've got that choke point under their control at the moment, but those tri-strikes are going to force them back. Maybe give 75% Taco the space that they need to be able to re-enter here. They're able to find a pick onto that 52 gal. The T-Tech moving forward now, getting control of one of the zones for Taco, and it looks like they may be able to get control. I say that a little bit prematurely. Dark Phoenix is going to pick 2. They're not going to be able to find control of that second zone quite yet, but there we go. Finally finding control. Going to be getting points on the board and applying penalty to Dark Phoenix.
The very beginning of that game, it was all catalyst by that 52 getting a double, and that really just showcases how one single advantage can kind of snowball there into the team getting 44 points. That 52 going absolutely crazy. They weren't able to push up quite as far as they wanted to, but they were able to push up really far, and this might happen again. They're starting to get the same amount of picks as they were. T-Tech getting a double, one of them with tri-strikes, other one with just the main weapon. Only Machine left alive, who does get taken down by, I believe, a crab tank, and now they're going to be moving even more forward. Like you said, if they get their charger up in that circle, which I think they are planning on doing, it's going to be game over. Nautilus here, incredibly good at holding space, still going to be getting picks. T-Tech going down, but they only have 20 points left more to hold until they get the KO here. 2 down. Looks like Dark Phoenix might be able to get the rebound here, but it's there it goes. They do get it.
Yep, they're going to keep themselves alive right now. They're going to be trying to push forward. You see 2 of them grouped up on that right-hand side. The T-Tech trying to throw some bombs over that wall and get space reclaimed. The tri-strikes are going to come out, which is going to give 75% Taco a little bit more space to work with. This Nautilus doing a great job trying to hold this space as well, being forced to move a little bit by this whale from the 52. The 52 is going to find the pick. One zone still contested right now. Dark Phoenix not quite yet scoring. It looks like 75% Taco took control of that zone too. And it looks like they're going to be trying to contest the other zone now as well, throwing it into neutral. Dark Phoenix defending it is all that they can. 1 down on the side of 75% Taco, now traded for 1 down on Dark Phoenix as a fight for these 2 zones begins to play out. Red over there on that Nautilus doing a great job picking off the 52, holding this space down and keeping this one zone alive. They need to be able to find the other one though, but that's finally going to be Dark Phoenix taking control of both of the zones and continuing their push.
Yeah, it looks like once again, as we saw in Surgeon, this team's comp, Tacos, is incredibly well designed for holding space. They have completely denied the Dark Phoenix from pushing into their base, even though they were at disadvantage multiple times. Just between the Knot and the Charger, and that Splash is able to pop out a Crab Tank as well. They're able to still be aggressive while just completely denying any enemy movement into their base. And now it looks like once again we're going to see some very good holding here. This Charger making it so where they can barely leave their spawn. Tri-strikes are going to disrupt them for just a second though, giving them another window, maybe stalling out the zone just a little bit, and that is the window that looks like Dark Phoenix needed, as they're going to be starting to move. And again, 52 using its wall to push up mid and to make some space for its teammates to follow in its footsteps. Looks like the zone was neutralized just in time too, as Dark Phoenix was getting comfortable, or like uncomfortably close to that knockout there. They bought themselves a little bit more time, but they still have to, go for basically 70 points here if they want to take this game home. And with 2 down, 30 seconds left on the board, it's going to be no easy task.
Oh, absolutely not. Essentially, you got that Nautilus applying so much pressure, forcing that machine to go back. You see bombs coming out in tandem with it, as well as that T-Tech tries to find a pick going down to the 52 gal, but being sniped in return by the Charger. And you just see kind of a bloodbath happening 2 down on both sides as these fights are going around. The zone's in a neutral state right now. Dark Phoenix needs to be able to find the cap before the timer goes, but it's not going to be enough, and that is going to be the second game as well, going to 75% Taco.
We, of course, still are in groups, and it is play all 3, but 75% Taco, showing that they do have what it takes to take the set, if not a 3-0, as we can see, or as we might see in this next one, depending on how they do again.
Yes, definitely. And, they're going to be hoping to take any wins they can here, even though it's not a set win. Any amount of wins will help them towards potentially making it to top cut here today. And they're going to be looking for that win on Flounder Heights, another double zones map. Tell me a little bit about what you think about this one. I know that not necessarily everybody agrees on this one. It's a pretty controversial opinion depending on what weapons you play, and I know I'm not necessarily the biggest fan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you have some very choice words for the people who were behind designing this map, but all things considered, I think it's pretty well designed. It's not necessarily the most fun for backline weapons just because you can get flanked, but also you can get flanked. It's incredibly fun for frontline weapons to play on. And also, I mean, Expo has a very, very solid niche here. It's the perfect storm for an Expo map. It's zones, it's double zones, so you can neutralize it in a single shot, basically. And it also has some really interesting terrain that you can play around that basically no other weapons other than the other sloshers, which don't have nearly as much range, and Tri-Stringer can. So you can do a lot of things with Exo here. Of course, your buckets are going to be awesome. That new Tri-Nouveau, I would not be surprised if that came out. Machine, also going to be a very good contender here. But shooters work. Anything short range works pretty well as long as it's not like a Squiffer or something that cannot deal with the terrain. So I'm interested to see how it goes. I'm interested to see if these guys take advantage of the flanks at their disposal. I'm interested to see in what they run.
I'm interested to see. I hope to see the return of the Nautilus. I've been seeing them play this weapon red on it, and it's such a fun weapon. I play it for my team, Sheer Cold, and it is such a great weapon at holding space. It's got that beautiful rain that it can use to just get paint down. And unlike the rest of the Splatlings on a map like this, where you've got these walls and stuff you can swim up, it's not hindered by losing its charge whenever you need to go up or down something, or you need to back up really quickly, since it can just go into the ink and hold that charge and pop back out ready to shoot.
Yeah, it's a really fun main weapon. It works well in zones because of the rain. It works well with a point sensor. If you have someone that can slosh over walls and stuff, like a slosher or anything else, you can take advantage of those point sensors. I think it's people discount it because of its kit, but people forget that the main weapon is disgusting. It's so good. It's so fun. And it's only been buffed recently. I feel like two patches ago, it got a duration buff, which is awesome. It basically just feels like a really aggro heavy, and heavy is a very fun weapon that also does pretty alright on the stage, but we'll see what these teams run. We're getting right into it yet again.
Yes, we sure are. We're going to see the bucket coming out, double splash on the side of Dark Phoenix, and there is that actually, it's the vanilla slosher, not the
Inkjet.
slosher Nouveau. So
Inkjet got
see what
buffed.
they're going to be cooking with that one. We see a Sea Jet coming out. We don't see the return of the Nautilus this time. Red instead opting to go to Sea Junior, another great weapon on this map.
Yeah, C Junior, of course, a lot of paint, a lot of torpedoes, a lot of wave breakers, all good on this map, all very good. Um, Once again, Inkjet got buffed, so we might be seeing what they're cooking with that, but already, it's kind of classic Flounder action. Everyone's everywhere. There's not a clear goal in mind as these players are playing back, forth, here, there, everywhere, etc., etc. Both teams have a lot of specials on the board. I don't think too many players got picked off of that first opening fight, if I remember correctly, but we're just seeing right now 75% Taco being able to hold extremely well. Not even, well, that's a wipe. I believe we saw some specials being popped there that were a little bit off screen, but that led into a wipe. Flounder, one of the things that I don't think we talked about is how when you're on defense, you are defending uphill. And that's what we're gonna see, and that's how we're gonna see Dark Phoenix try to fight their way out of that through, all odds. Unfortunately, though, another 3-down scenario is not gonna make it easy. They're just kind of throwing themselves at it. They don't have the specials at their disposal. They're not taking team fights. It's just been incredibly rough for them so far. And with 20 seconds left, I'm not even sure if they have time to make it back to the zone.
No, it takes quite a while to get up there, and if you're having to fight an uphill battle along the way, it's going to be really, really difficult. And that is going to be 75% Taco cruising into a very solid 0 to 100 push, holding that zone magnificently and taking the clean 3-0 sweep here.
Yeah, that is gonna, or like, just very clean. Like, we saw a bit of contention on some of these maps, but I don't know, something about Flounder they excelled on. It's maybe how they like to take space. Maybe those wipes that they got, they took really good fights there. I don't know what was in the air at Flounder Heights, but it was definitely good for 75% of taco.
Absolutely. Going to be a fantastic run for them, setting themselves up hopefully in a very good position as they move forward, trying to make it to top cut here today. But that's going to be us too for the on the mic today as we get up to our gear up to go into round 4 of Swiss. Tell me before we go though, Leaf, where can the good people find you?
You can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at Weef Slider, like Reef Slider, but with a W. You can also find both me and Toma tomorrow on CCA. You can see our beautiful, beautiful faces on Splatoon Tourney. So look forward to that and perhaps. But Toma, where can they find you?
Absolutely. You can find me at Crest of Gautier on Twitter or here at twitch.tv/ttoma underscore. Thanks again for having us on the mic here today, and we hope that you're going to enjoy the rest of your Minnow Cup action today.
See y'all later.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lily Gravy Bread, and I'm joined here by my friend Druma, and we are here for round 4 of Minnow Cup number 20 Splat Zones edition. I'm very excited to see some Mahi Zones gameplay between fruitea and Josephalopod Joestarfish. What do we think of Mahi Zones, by the way?
Mahi Zones, you either hate it or you love it. Personally, it's not a huge fan of it. It's kind of a small zone. I could see this as very snowbally. If a team is able to get on the enemy base, then that is pretty much a wipeout. And just the team named Josephalopod Joestarfish. I'm not saying that whole thing. It's way too long. You can get to retext by the time I finish saying it. So
is this a JoJo reference?
It is most definitely a JoJo reference. I might just shorten it to JoJo just for that purpose.
Mm-hmm. Both teams have great names. We were just talking about it before. Fruitea, I think, is an excellent pun, top tier pun. I'm looking forward to seeing them play it off. We've got Mahi first, then Museum, and then Manta Maria. It's exciting to see Manta Maria come back this season, actually. It does have the split zones returning, as we know from Splatoon 2 as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they navigate that as well. We are going into the first match right now on Mahi Resort.
Both of these comps, we see a Rapid Pro. I mean, just a Rapid Blaster, sorry. We see an E-Leader on another side.
E-Leader can really take up a lot of space here.
Yeah, totally. So, do see some pretty meta comps, some non-meta comps. See an early pick by JoJo's, and they're easily able to take zones right at the beginning of a match. 2 go down on the side of fruitea. See the Stamper over here gets another pick as well, and that's 3 down for JoJo's. Only their E-Leader is left.
Oh, it looks like the zone has flipped over in favor of fruitea right now, as they are pushing quite up ahead with their Splatana Stamper trying to get some picks. Managing to get the lead right there as well, but going down to JoJo's, and as they lose control as well, actually. No one has capped the zone, but JoJo gets the zone once again, looking for some picks. They're 2 down still, so they're really going to have to work with what they have here. Will they be able to get lead? No, they've lost control once again.
Yeah, JoJo's had a little bit of a shaky start to the beginning of this match. We see the E-Leader trying to get some picks, and we see the Zipcaster come out on the side of fruitea, and fruitea is just able to cap that zone again, trying to keep it as long as they can to run down those penalty points. And that's 3 down on the side of JoJo's. Only their E-Leader is left alive again, and fruitea is just going to take control of this entire zone and try to just keep JoJo's all the way back in their zone.
Yeah, they're really taking the zone and running with what they can get. We see them getting some more control over on their left side with the tri-strikes, and more tri-strikes coming in from Josephalopod Joestarfish. JoJo's managing to cap the zone once again and pushing up ahead, really trying to play to their speedy strengths right now, it seems. Also getting a bit of control with the tri-strikes and the wave breaker right there.
Yeah, JoJo's just dwindling down these points, just trying to take lead. It looks like they might be able to, and they do. Just trying to keep that zone as long as they can, just get as few points as possible. And that is a great pick by the Stamper on the side of fruitea with that Zipcaster. And trying to get another one as well, but they're unable to as the number of JoJo's runs back. fruitea is just going to dwindle down these penalty points to try to take back lead as well. No specials, and actually we do have a special. We have Tri-Strike popped right on the zone, but it is not enough to cap. Zone is actually in a neutral state right now, and it goes to JoJo's.
They do have to work down their penalty points right now, but they do have a big numbers advantage of 3 on fruitea have gone down. They're respawning in right now. Looks like they will be, JoJo's will be trying to lock them out maybe just a little bit by trying to push up ahead. We do see a Zipcaster come in from fruitea. Maybe that can cause a bit of a distraction. Maybe that can really take out. Oh, and we see a pick actually right there as 2 players go down, 1 on each team. The count is still ticking down. This could be a quick game if no one caps the zone on fruitea. On fruitea's side, we could see. Oh, actually, they lose control right there. But managed to get it again. Will that tri-strike be enough? It flips over.
Yeah, fruitea takes zone with JoJo's going all the way down to 9, but with 52 penalty points. 2 down or there are 2 down on the side of JoJo's and 2 more respawn. fruitea just trying again to just chip away at these points, all the way getting into the 40s, maybe the 30s as well. Just keeping JoJo's back in their base, and that's and a Splat bomb kill on the side of JoJo's, as well as a tri-strike trying to flip the zone, and they do.
Yeah, it looks like the penalty points will be something they have to work down through, but as we see, there are 2 down on the other team. They have got the zone right now, actually, so fruitea could still be holding this for quite a while. We do have 1 minute left. If they manage to hold out the other team, we see the Elixir to get a pick there, fantastic pick, and retreating just a little bit just to be safe. It could be that they may be able to hold it, but unless these tri-strikes actually manage to take the zone, which it doesn't,
yeah,
it looks like that is...
side of fruitea just trying to get those points down. They're getting all the way into the 10s of points. JoJo's just able to take the zone back again, give fruitea 36 penalty points, but that is 3 down on the side of fruitea and 2 down on the side of JoJo's. JoJo's just taking the zone, just chipping away at those points, those penalty points, trying to get a knockout. This zone is just constantly just flipping between both of these teams.
It is, and with 20 seconds left, it's really going to come down to whether JoJo's can hold that zone or whether fruitea is able to make their way back in. We see the Zipcaster just ending there. We see tri-strikes coming in as JoJo's tries to hold the zone one last time, and it looks like they lose control at the very last second, but no, they're back in, and that is game.
Yeah, JoJo's take
What an
game
exciting
1
game
with a
that was.
knockout on Mahi. That was a great match between both these teams. A lot of picks by both of these teams as well on both sides. No wipeout, surprisingly, though.
Yeah, there wasn't any wipeout. We did get close. I'm not sure if we saw any soft wipes, but 3 down at some points on either side. We could see some pretty fast plays moving between like who's really in control of that zone as well.
Yeah. And
Then next, what do we have next? We've got
Museum. Zones Museum. Alright, it was great to see that Museum was coming back in Splatoon 3. I was really excited for it. Of course, the Splatoon 1 iconic map. Wondering to see if any of these team comps might change. The Rapid Ballestra was actually kind of a surprise. I didn't actually expect that. I don't know if they're gonna stick with that, but I'm just excited to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, blasters I think can be pretty good on some of the ledges. We do have that kind of bowl shape where you have low ground around the zone with a bit of high ground right in the middle with that spinner in the center. So blasters of some kind could be pretty good at pressuring those higher grounds if you're down in the zone. We do often see like some splatlings come out on this map sometimes. I'm not sure what they'll be playing though. These teams will be playing. So it'd be very interesting to see what happens here.
I feel like any backline choice would be pretty good for this map. E-leaders are very strong, able to go far into the enemy base. Splatlings, of course, Hydra is also very strong as well. I feel like any backline pick could actually work for this. Surprisingly enough, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think I only saw 1 splash in that game 1. So I guess we'll actually find out what happens now. Look at both of these
what do we
comps.
have?
Pretty similar comp.
E-leader scope coming back. Oh, E-leader on both sides actually. E-leader scope on both sides, and we do have a Neo Splash on one, so that will be some pretty quick tri-strikes coming up probably from the Neo Splash.
Yeah,
we do see one of the teams opening. Okay, their T-Tech goes down on fruitea so far, so they're 1 player down. It looks like JoJo's got a numbers advantage here as they try and push in from the sides. E-leader really trying to hold them out of the zone, but they managed to get a cap right there as 2 of their players go down.
Yeah, the weapon I'm interested in seeing is the Tetra Dualies on the side of fruitea. We do see JoJo's trying their best to take care of the zone. It does look like it might fall, and the Tetras roll all the way into the water.
That is a win for the water, I think, right there.
Alright, both these sides are pretty even. We do see a pick on both sides with the T-Tech and the Neo Splash going down. JoJo's keeping a hold of this zone, just trying to get little points on that board as possible. A great pick by the Tetradualies on the side of fruitea. There's 2 down on JoJo's, trying to get more picks as well. It popped the Reef Slider under the ledge. Looked like it was.
And
like
they survived that bomb right there. That was pretty impressive. But they do go down right now to the T-Tech, who manages to survive those tri-strikes and trying to hold zone and tri-strike themselves back in. And they managed to cap zone right there, as 2 of their players are still down, and they've got a very slim lead at the moment. 3 players down on both sides. It looks like the zone flips over to fruitea's favor as they try and respawn back into the zone and push up ahead from their spinner into the other team's plat.
Yeah, both of the teams playing very evenly right now. It does look like fruitea is able to take the lead right now, but 2 of them go down. And JoJo's takes the zone back again. We see the Stamper in the corner. Sadly, does go down. Then we see the T-Tech in the zone, trying to get a little bit, maybe 1 pick, and they aren't able to get a pick along with their teammates. They are also able to take the lead, so JoJo's takes the lead again.
They do have a bit of a special advantage here as well, which could help them out get an even stronger lead. It looks like the points have been going kind of back and forth here, which is great to see. I think really strong plays from either side. Everyone is alive. Actually, no, let me take that back. 2 people go down. The Stamper and the T-Tech.
Commentators first. The minute you say something, it's just doesn't happen.
Absolutely. Here we go with the
for a pick, but they aren't.
Oh, and they go down to the Neo Splash.
Yeah, fruitea just got rid of all those penalty points. They still have zones, so they are dwindling down those points, getting all the way to the 50s. But the Tri-Strike comes out on the side of JoJo's as well as a Wave Breaker. Gonna see how these specials are gonna be able to, and a Booyah Bomb as well into the enemy zone. JoJo's does take back the zone, giving fruitea 28 penalty points on top of their 49.
We've been seeing some really good Booyah placements, being able to lock out certain players, stop them from being able to push back into the zone. Will we be able to see the penalty points go all the way back down? JoJo's does have a bit of a lead here, but it could very easily be contested and flip back in the favor of fruitea. As they respawn back in, they're really going to have to put up a fight to push back in. Looks like JoJo's has created quite a bit of space to have control for themselves. Let's see, the Tetras go down, and the zone's still being contested.
It is still neutral. The zone is still neutral. JoJo's just trying to paint it as much as they can to try to dwindle down the points more, and they go down in a wipeout. fruitea able to take the zone and get a few more free points as the entirety of Team JoJo's just respawns in their zone. See, and a great pick by the E-Leader on the side of JoJo's, able to take out the enemy E-Leader, and 3 go down on the side of fruitea out of nowhere.
Yeah, and as those 3 go down, the zone flips over back in JoJo's favor. It looks like the E-Leader gets 2 picks, that 2 really impressive picks. One of the zone and one of their plat, so they may be pushing up quite far ahead at this point. We see the Wave Breaker come out to try and take up some space on their plat. Will they survive the Splat Bomb and the mid spinner? Yes, they do, and the E-Leader gets another pick, but then goes down to the E-Leader on the other team. Looks like fruitea is trying to push back in with those tri-strikes. Are they able to do it? It looks like the zone is neutralized once again.
And they trade
2
on
bits
that
right there. Wow.
As 3 go down on the side of JoJo's and 2 down on the side of fruitea. This zone is finally in fruitea in their favor, and they're going to try to take this as long as they can, try to get it all the way down to 19. We see tri-strikes popped on the side of Joestar, and the zone is neutral, and we are in overtime officially. Will JoJo's be able to take the zone back? And they aren't. fruitea keeps possession of the zones, and they no longer have any penalty. They are just switching between both these teams. A Booyah Bomb is popped on the side of Joestar, as well as a Reef Slider. How that Reef Slider didn't kill, I have no idea. fruitea still has the zone, getting all the way into the 20s. Are they going to be able to take that zone and take the win?
It looks like we just might see an overtime lead from fruitea with a really impressive. They were hanging on for dear life at the very end as JoJo's was really trying to push in and take that zone away back from them, but fruitea managed to hold out for just long enough. Not only getting through all of their penalty points, but also getting that lead at the very end. That was some really impressive gameplay from both teams right there.
Overtime comebacks is why we watch competitive Splatoon. That was probably the most hype moments you could see. fruitea winning in a nail biter on museum zones. We are
Yeah, well,
going to
I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah, me too. We are going to be going into our third game of the Play All series, Manta Maria Zones. It's great to see Manta Maria back from Splatoon 2,
It
especially
is.
except for
There is.
unfortunately the block missing on the Tower Control and Rainmaker maps. Kind of
We
unfortunate.
do
but
have one positive change, I think, in the street or the alley being a little bit wider to give them a little bit more space to move in. I think it does make some of the movement options perhaps to go back in a little bit longer. Some of the movement to go back in a little bit longer, but it's kind of negligible, I think. Manta zones. I haven't played a lot of Manta zones since Splatoon 2, so it's fun to see this come back.
Manta Zones is one of, I believe, 3, maybe 4 2-zone maps in this game. Yeah, I believe it is 4, because Umami. 2-zone maps are kind of... They're weird, because you have to have control of, again, 2 separate zones, and if you don't have control of both of them, then you're just not going to get any points, even if you have one of them. So
Yeah.
it's really interesting to see how these teams are going to be able to keep that fight in mid to keep you control of both of those zones.
Especially around the pillar or the mast in the middle as well, being able to move around that, and also with the grates, being able to get some height advantage from there.
Yeah.
To be able to push in. Yeah, there is some really nice height advantage from the bunkers, from the grates, to be able to move around and try and contest the zones or cap the zones from different areas. I like designs like that. I think they're really good for the game.
Yeah, I feel like the key to winning this match is special coordination, just being able to use those specials in tandem to break through the enemy front line. It's definitely what's gonna make one team come out of this game victorious. I would assume both these teams are still picking their weapon comps. We should be getting into game 3 shortly. Lily, what's your opinion on the Splatoon 2 maps and Splatoon 3?
The Splatoon 2 maps and Splatoon 3, I enjoy seeing them come back. I feel like they actually, to me, in my opinion, they play quite differently because of the new special designs and the new specials that are coming back. We don't have ink armor, we don't have the bubble blower, we don't have some of the more, I don't know, some of the more controversial Stingray coming back. So it's going to be interesting. I think we did actually see in this recent patch a painting buff to both the line mark or angle shooter and also the reef slider. And if we see the Tetris come back, we may see some more reef sliders being able to maybe even do some clutch zone caps in this mode. As the zones, when they are split, they are quite small. So a reef slider can actually get in there and really flip the zones if they wanna make that move.
Yeah, it's gonna be really exciting. The thing I'm thinking about is I really haven't seen that many crab tanks, if not any, both of these first two games. We have seen the Neo splashes, but I don't. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I don't think I've seen a single crab in any of these games.
I don't recall. I think we saw some crabs earlier in the tournament, but not these games, which is pretty exciting, pretty interesting to see actually. And as a bit of a Splash player myself, and I know you play Splash as well.
Yeah,
crab has been a really fun, but also I don't know. I have felt it's been a little bit overpowered until recently with the direct nerf to the end lag, to moving in and out of the bull shield form as well. And it looks like also in Splat zones, the Neo Splash coming out, I think is pretty much something to expect because of how quickly you can get tri-strikes and how quickly those can flip the zone from being in control of one team being in control of the zone rather, to the other team. Let's see these weapon comps. We do see the Neo Splash come back and also a T-Tac and Neo Splash on both teams. So we do have double tri-strike coming in.
Yeah, these teams are actually pretty similar. The only change, I think, is Splatana Stamper and Sloshing Machine on each side. Both teams do have an E-Leader 4K scope. Both teams have a Neo Splash. Both teams have a T-Tech. So it's going to be very interesting to see. We already see a a tri-strike coming out for JoJo's, as well as a great pick on that Stamper.
Yeah, it looks like no one has actually capped the zone yet. We did see an almost cap right before, but finally we see JoJo's managing to cap the zone as one of the players, the T-Tech on the other side, manages to go down. They haven't been able to hold it for very long, but if they manage to get it back again, we could see the counter tick down even further. A couple of picks happening right now, I think.
Yeah,
Is
we
there
do see that
respawning?
fight in that alley area. The Stamper trying to get a pick on that E-leader, and they are able to get it. 2 down are on the side of JoJo's, and that Stamper is just taking control of like the enemy snipe area. Stamper just dancing around both these two players, able to get one pick, but sadly goes down. But
That
this
was
is
a
a
pretty
great
dangerous
distraction on the
2v1.
side of fruitea because they are able to get the zone all the way down into the 50s. And then we see a
See a
booyah
Booyah
bomb.
Bomb coming out? See a Booyah
JoJo.
Bomb coming out to try and help them to push back in. They do have someone right behind them right there in the alley, but it looks like they've managed to take them out with a great pick. And that tri-strike coming out, managing to cap the zone right there, back in JoJo's favor. Their counter's ticking down. Looks like they're gonna have to try and deal with a Zipcaster. I'm not sure about that though. The Zipcaster has gone away, but looks like fruitea has managed to get their zone back.
Yeah, JoJo's
Only
just
for a fleeting moment though.
JoJo's just camping the spot of that Zipcaster, able to get an easy pick on them. You see the Neo Splash trying to get a pick on top of the enemy plat, unable to, and they've only popped 2 out of their 3 tri-strikes as they sadly go down. Both Neo Splashes are down on each team. fruitea does have possession of the zone, however. They are trying to chip away at those penalty points. We see a Wave Breaker come out on the side of JoJo's E-Leader, and 2 are down on the side of E-Leader. Oh, but a great pick by that E-Leader on the side of JoJo's as 2 go down on the other team as well.
It looks like they're trying to play it, the sea leader's trying to play it safe, trying to stay alive for their team, trying to make sure that there are some opportunities for their team to really come back in. They have only 9 penalty points, but the lead is definitely not in their favor at the moment. They do manage to cap that zone as they move up, push up ahead, playing a little bit more quickly, a little bit more aggressively, popping out those tri-strikes as well to give them even some more space. So let's see how this goes. Oh, that was an incredible trade right there.
Yeah, an
As the
incredible
zone's
trade by both
neutralized
players.
as
A
well.
great pick on the slosh machine on the side of JoJo's, trying to get a pick, but sadly they go down to the E-Leaders. They get a great pick on them. E-Leader just taking control of this side snipe area, trying to get as many picks as they can in that side, on that side zone. Dropping down all the way into mid, trying to see if they can get a pick or 2. It's 2 go down on their team. Either they're gonna retreat for now, alongside the Stamper, but we see JoJo's. Are they going to be able to take the lead here? And they are
think
able
so.
to take lead here, as they just chip away at these points again and again and again, getting all the way into the 30s now. But we do have 3 specials on the side of fruitea charged, and sadly the Stamper does go down as they try to get a pick but are unable to. Zone is in neutral right now, but JoJo's able to take it back right immediately. But fruitea just calling back, and a great pick by the Splat Bomb on the side of fruitea.
That Splat Bomb looked like it just came out of nowhere right there. fruitea managing to hold maybe just one of their zones as they pop out their tri-strikes. Are they able to bring both zones back in their control though? It looks like it's only 1-on-1, but it looks like finally fruitea managed to get it. They're having to fight some of those Booyah Bombs coming, some of those specials, but they do manage to get a wipe. So this could be their opportunity to really take those points back in their favor, really try and in the last 37 seconds try and get something of a lead if they can. Whereas our fight's kind of happening on the sides here as the other team, JoJo's, is trying to push back in with their tri-strike, with their Booyah Bomb. They don't manage to get the zone, but the lead is becoming even closer and closer. Looks like those points are becoming even closer together. What do we think of this? Oh, they do manage to take lead and lose control at the same time.
Yeah, fruitea just trying their best to set up a deadly front line, able to take the lead from JoJo's, but also having the zone as well all the way down to 7. If they are able to cap this, they are probably going to win the set, and they do. fruitea takes the set 2-1 in round 4.
That was an incredible set. Amazing plays on both teams. I had no idea who was going to be taking the set, honestly. We did see some really, really close matches. Some KOs that didn't really feel like they were massive, like steamrolling sweeps or anything. So these were some great, even looking games. Really good to see as well.
Yeah, definitely, especially because JoJo's took game one. fruitea just clamps back with the next two matches and able to take this set. Great matchup, great games between both of these teams.
Yeah,
See a lot
congratulations
of
to
picks,
everyone.
few wipeouts, and both these teams were very even in this game. That last game could have probably gone to either of those teams. That was just overall a great round.
Yeah, fruitea being able to get that lead towards the end was, I think, pretty incredible. They had a fantastic comeback, especially with the points they had to work through, I think.
Yeah, totally. So that is, I believe some round 4 matches are still going to be happening right now. We will be getting into round 5 eventually. Not know what teams those are going to be, but
Did you know the maps?
we do know the maps. Yes, the maps I believe are. Let me take a look at these. It is Inkplat Art Academy Game 1, Wahoo World Game 2, and Sturgeon Shipyard Game 3. Some great zones maps for all three of those.
I do love Wahoo zones. I do enjoy Wahoo zones. I gotta say, maybe I'm kind of weird. Wahoo World. I do like it.
So we are going to take a quick break before round 5 starts.
Yeah. And then
Alright, and welcome back to round 5 of Minnow Cup number 20 Splat Zones edition. I am Drumar, here with Lily Gravy Bread to bring you guys round 5 between the Final Reckoning and Galaxy Squids.
This looks like it's going to be a pretty exciting set of maps as well. Inkblot, Wahoo, and Sturgeon. I'm interested to see what happens in all of these round 5 matches. Actually, what kind of weapon comps we might be seeing as well. We were talking earlier. We haven't seen a lot of crabs, but we have seen quite a bit of tri-strikes, which are very powerful in splat zones.
Yeah, totally. All three of these maps are maps that I am personally a huge fan of. So, especially the fact that, yeah, it is really weird that we're not really seeing any vanilla splashes or crab tanks in general either. That most recent patch didn't change a lot for all of these. It didn't nerf crab a lot, but it did a little bit with the Edlag, among other things. So to see it not
I
really
do think
used.
I do think it gives like some inspiration at least to try out some other weapon comps as well. Which we have been seeing. We've been seeing some interesting weapon choices. We did see some Rapid Blaster over in the first game of set 4 as well. So I wonder what we'll be seeing this time around.
Some of my favorite things about commentary is seeing some crazy out of random weapon picks. So we're gonna take a look at both these team comps. We see a 52 gal.
We see double splash.
All right, we do
Double
see a
V
Gluga
scratch.
Dualies.
Gluga Jewels. Oh, that's
All
really
right.
exciting to see.
You definitely
That's a
don't
very
see-
setup dependent. Yeah, it's a very setup dependent weapon. With both the splash wall and the double, the two shot to kill. When you go into that turret mode as well, we see them take top mid right there, being able to almost push up to their base, but sadly go down to the splash on the Final Reckoning, who pops that crab right there to try and take some space, to try and push out Galaxy Squids and take the zone, hopefully back in their favor if they manage to successfully pull this off.
Yeah, right when we say we haven't seen any crab tanks, we see 3 of them in this match. 3 sadly go down on the side of Final Reckoning. And Galaxy Squids is just going to take the zone as far as they can. We see a crab popped on their team as well. We see the 52 gal trying to shark over there. Are they able to get that pick on that Glugos? It doesn't look like it. The Glugos is just going to stay towards that left side, trying to get a pick on that gal, and they are able to. There's Latana on the side of Final Reckoning, able to get 2 picks and pops a stamp as well, as Final Reckoning takes the zone back for their own and dwindles down those points. Galaxy Squid had a great starting push, getting all the way down to 40, however. We see Final Reckoning trying to create that front line all the way up in their base, but 2 of them go down.
We saw some really fast movement from the Viper right there, really trying to distract and hold that team back. It looks like Galaxy Squids managed to hold zone still. They have a few penalty points to work through, but they also have 3 specials lined up for them to try and retain that lead that they have. We see the crab tank on top mid being contested by the other crab tank from the Final Reckoning, pushing them off a little bit. It looks like they still managed to keep their control as 2 go down on the Final Reckoning side. The T-Tech has gone down. There are 3 down on the Final Reckoning. They're trying to spawn back in to try and fight for the life, really, to get back into the zone.
Yeah, Gluga's just trying to get picks all up on the side of Final Reckoning's zone. Able to get an assist on one member and trying to get a pick on the other and maybe on the Sultana as well. They pop the Booyah Bomb. And the zone is at 1 right now. Are they able to take it back? And they are. And Galaxy Squids takes game 1 of round 5.
I thought that was some pretty incredible gameplay from those Gluga Julies at the very end. I love watching Gluga Julies in particular, how they're able to set up their splash wall, how they're able to really, I think, frighten some of the other players on the other team, get some really quick picks, and also charge up their Booyah Bomb, which really, I think, was what got them that quick win at the very end.
Yeah, Galaxy Squids having a very dominant game 1 on Inkblot Art Academy. But for game 2, we are going to Wahoo World with its iconic pole. We love the Wahoo pole.
The Wahoo pole, beloved.
we need a documentary on
Yeah.
that Wahoo poll.
The Wahoo poll, I think, is a really interesting addition to Splat Zones. It's not something we've seen before. It has some benefits and some drawbacks, I think. I know that like some of my Charger friends have been saying, oh, they really like being able to sneak up behind the Wahoo pole and taking some very aggressive positions. We do see some, I have seen some clips actually of Chargers being able to being able to actually affect the hitbox of players behind the pole as well. So it can be quite situational in some cases.
Yeah, and I'm definitely interested to see these team comps again. Seeing a Glugadoolies on the side of Galaxy Switch was actually pretty surprising for me. But we're gonna go straight into game 2 right now. And let's see if we got any more crazy picks. We do see the double splash on the side of, I believe that is Final Reckoning again. And the Glugadoolies do come out again. Neither of these teams have really changed up their comps. Except we do see a Neo Splash on the side of Final Reckoning instead of another Vanilla Splash.
This could really do wonders for them in terms of being able to neutralize or retake the zone with tri-strikes. It looks like Galaxy Squids manages to get an early cap right there. All players are still up. Those tri-strikes from the Final Reckoning pushing them right out though as they lose control of the zone. One player down on each team.
Yeah, how that E-leader didn't die to those tri-strikes, I have no idea. But you see a Booyah Bomb popped on the side of Final Reckoning. Final Reckoning just trying to cap this zone for a few more points. As 2 go down on the side of Galaxy Swiss, trying to get a third, and they are able to. The T-Tech last one alive. Final Reckoning does take the lead here, and just gets all the way into the 70s, trying to get into the 60s as well. We see a crab charge on the side of Final Reckoning as well, and a tri-strike, and another crab charge on Galaxy Swiss.
Yeah, they're really taking up a lot of space here. Galaxy Squids are trying to push back in with their tri-strikes, but met with tri-strikes from the Final Reckoning, just like that, which are met again with a Booyah Bomb that sadly doesn't manage to push them out too far, as the Final Reckoning are only pushing up further ahead at this point. We see the Wipo creating a very strong front line, surviving that Splat Bomb, and moving up to the elbow to see if there's anyone there, looking around for picks, seeing what control they can take over on the front lines.
Final Reckoning pushing all the way up for a front line, all the way up into the enemy base. Are they able to take the wipeout? And they are. They take the KO in game number 2, tying up the set 1-1.
Wow, that was pretty incredible in my opinion. Two pretty quick knockout games, and also one from the Final Reckoning and one from Galaxy Squids. So it's going to come down to game 3 of who takes this set.
What I just noticed is that Galaxy Squids actually did cap the zone right in the last second, but it did not count. You saw the whole entire zone was in the pink. So unfortunate that they weren't able to get it in the last few seconds. But Final Reckoning does take game 2, and we are going all the way to game 3 to decide the set on Surge and Shipyard. Another one of the iconic, I guess you could say, Splatoon 2 maps. I'm just realizing all 3 of these maps are Splatoon 2 maps.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
So
that is true.
So Sturgeon Shipyard does have great spots for, especially E-leaders, just on top of that snipe area, just able to oversee the entire zone. And this is actually when I look at the community, I see a lot of people do actually enjoy this map for zones. I personally do enjoy it as well. It's actually a pretty balanced map. All 3 of these are, honestly, in my opinion, pretty balanced. But I am definitely going to expect a double E-leader again. It does seem both these teams are probably just going to stick with what they know for their comps.
We didn't see a huge amount of change, no. Yeah, we didn't see a huge amount of change. We might see double splash again, depending on whether it's going to be the Neo Splash or V Splash. Is only time will tell as they decide their weapons at the moment. But yeah, this is going to be the deciding round, the deciding game for this set actually. So As we saw, both teams had some pretty fast pushes in and pretty aggressive play styles to not only just cap those zones pretty early on, but also push up right ahead and take up a lot of space. So let's see who manages to do that first out of a Galaxy Squids and the Final Reckoning.
Yeah, Final Reckoning looking to go for a pretty similar comp to what they had, but Galaxy Squid switching it up, going with the vanilla dualies as well as the ZF splatter scope as well.
I'm excited to
don't
see the
remember if I saw the
visuals.
slot machine on their comp either, but they do have one of those as well as they go down early, and the ZF charger getting a great pick on the side of Final Reckoning. Just to go down on their side, and Galaxy Squids takes an early cap.
Early cap, but will those tri-strikes be able to neutralize zone? No, unfortunately not. It looks like as the counter ticks down into the 70s, the Zekafin manages to take a great pick right there on the Wiper. And we see another pick from Galaxy Squids as they manage to hold zone for even longer into the 60s.
Yeah, and they are just going to set up a great front line on this Purge trap, just stopping all members of Final Reckoning from getting into the zone. But we see a Tri-Strike popped, as well as an Ultra Stamp trying to retake the zone, but are unable to at the moment. Galaxy Squid's getting all the way down into 37 as it goes neutral, and Final Reckoning finally starts their push, giving Galaxy Squids 48 penalty points.
Yeah, this is quite a lot to work through, and it will really come back to, I think, the way they can coordinate their specials to be able to take back the space that they just lost to the Final Reckoning, who's pushing up ahead onto their perch, onto their spinner, I should say, and into their court as well. We see a crab tank, two crab tanks, actually, crab tank versus crab tank. One of them being shredded right there.
Yeah, we do see a crab fight with no one coming out victorious, but we do see Final Reckoning probably going to take the lead here, and they are getting all the way into the 40s as 2 go down on the side of Galaxy Squids. 3 go down as well, actually. If Final Reckoning could just keep this front line going, they could probably KO within the next 15 seconds as they get down all the way to 10 points right now as 1 go down on each side. Getting all the way to 5, 3, 2, 1, and Final Reckoning going 100-0 and taking game 3 to eventually take round 5. Incredible
I think that
match.
that was 3 incredible games. Being able to go back and forth like that, seeing who can take up space so quickly. I think that was some incredibly fast play styles as well. And also really impressive how both teams in each game being able to recover the space that was that was taken up by the other as well. Especially in that last one as well, when we saw that incredible lead being taken at the very end.
Yeah, and it's weird to think that both round 4 and round 5 ended with one team taking an early lead in the first game and the other team winning the next 2 to eventually take the set in an upset. Great games by both these teams. Very interesting to see both of these comps. The Galuga Dualies definitely did catch me by surprise in the first 2 games, and switching it out for Vanilla Dualies for a Crab Tank was actually pretty smart, especially with the most recent patch notes. But it was a great round 5 for both of these teams.
That really was.
I believe that does end the group stage for this tournament. We are going to go to a quick break as we wait for Top Cut round 1 to eventually start.
Yeah, a quick break, and we'll see you there for Top Cut. I'm really looking forward to this. Hello everyone and welcome back to Minnow Cup number 20 Splat Zones edition. I am Lily Gravy Bread and I'm joined by Druma for the top cut. Round 1, we'll be seeing Secret Elixir and Black Komodo fighting it off in Splat Zones.
Yeah, I am really excited for this set. Both these teams are very prominent in the competitive scene, so to see both these two face off in round 1 is definitely exciting.
It is, and I believe this is going to be a best of 3 situation, so it's going to be very interesting to see who can take this set. I think our first map will be Makomart Zones. What do you think we might be seeing here?
I could definitely see some chargers on this map. Chargers are actually very strong on this map. Could also definitely see some sloshers on either team, whether that be Vanilla Slosher, Deco, Tri-Slosher, Nouveau, Reach Slosher, even Sloshing Machine. That
Yeah,
class is definitely
Sloshes.
strong on Macomart.
Slush is being able to hopefully even like get some picks over those ledges, over those stacks. There is also Umami Ruins and Flounder Heights as maps 2 and 3 for this set, should we make it to the third game as well. Umami Ruins. I've really enjoyed Umami Ruins in Splat Zones actually. I've had a lot of fun there. And I can't wait to see how these play out actually. Umami Ruins being like a pretty new map as well.
Yeah, definitely. Umami was recently added, probably exactly actually a month ago in the fresh season update. I've definitely had a lot of fun with it, especially in zones specifically. I would say it is better than Brine Wonder, but still is not one of the, probably still in the bottom half of maps in this game in my opinion. But we are going to go straight into Macomart zones. And let's look at both of these comps. We see a heavy splat lane on the side of, I believe that's Secret Elixir, and we do have the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. I believe that it's on the side of Black Komodo.
And a 96 deco as well. This is the first time I've seen a 96 deco in the games I've been commentating, so this would be interesting. They've got quite a bit of range with the 96 and the heavy. It looks like Secret Elixir manages to get an early cap right there, being maybe taken away by Black Komodo, and it goes into their favor as well. The points at the start are pretty low. Will they be able to get lead? They do.
Yeah, we do see a crab popped on the side of Black Komodo, as well as a Tri-Strike popped on the side of Secret Elixir. Black Komodo just with that crab tank trying to just put pressure on Secret Elixir, but they come back with a Tri-Strike of their own, and Black Komodo as well, as they're just going to take this down as far as they can, and a Kraken comes out on Secret Elixir. Kraken, not the best for Splat Zones, but is able to get a pick with it, as Secret Elixir does take the zone and stops Black Komodo's push at 62.
And we can also see probably some very strong and very sneaky little splash walls there. Splash walls, I think, are pretty good here in terms of the narrow avenues you might have to try to push down, especially in the alleys, especially moving into the zone. So far, Secret Elixir in the lead, but the zone is they're struggling to try and get the zone back. Black Komodo, they do come out with a Tri-Strike, trying to paint it up, trying to get some space back in for them. It looks like it might not be able to be in their favor just yet, as 3 go down on Black Komodo's side. Secret Elixir with some more Tri-Strikes to maintain control that they have. We see a heavy Splatling come out to try and hold anyone from Black Komodo to try and push in, and that is game.
Alright, Secret Elixir takes a dominating game 1 on Black Komodo for Macomart zones. Being able to stop Black Komodo's push at 62, only to take it 100-0, and just set up a powerful front line that Black Komodo could not stop. That is a very, very explosive start to this set by Secret Elixir.
It really was, and seeing that that heavy push up right ahead and really like deny anyone from the other team to be able to take control of the space in front of them, I think was a really impressive play right there.
Yeah, definitely. Heavy Slatlings, you really don't see them in comp that often. They really are overshadowed by other backline options like Hydra or Chargers. But uh, they did use it well and was able to uh, get the lead. But game two is going to be on Umami Ruin Zones. Like I said, I am a pretty big fan. I I like this. I
Decent
like
fan.
yeah, yeah. Wouldn't say it's my favorite of all time, but I I do enjoy it whenever I play it. But I'm really excited to see what Black Komodo might possibly change up after knowing what
Mm,
happened in the game. Definitely didn't work in
yeah.
their favor, so they're definitely on the wall. If they lose one more game, they are out of top cut. So I'm definitely excited to see how this game goes.
And I think also really being able to control that choke point in Umami Ruins could be the thing that manages to lock one team out or the other team really and hold a massive lead. So depending on how they can navigate that would, I think, really depend on perhaps how this game might go. But we did see the lead flip over in the Makumart, so in the Makumart game just then. So something like that might happen here as well. We'll just have to wait and see. This is a split zones map, so being able to take control of both zones with that top mid section with the pillow in the middle could be something a little bit tricky as well, a little bit different from Makomart as well. We're going into the game right now, so let's check out these weapon comps. We still have the 96 and the heavy, the 96 Deco, and we see a Zekafin also on the other side.
Yeah, not seeing very much weapon changes, if not any, on either of these teams. We do see Twig on the side of Secret Elixir with that 96 Deco and that Kraken. The heavy splatling on Secret Elixir does go down, however, as 3 go down on Secret Elixir right now, and Black Komodo is going to start to take an early lead and push up into Secret Elixir's space.
Yeah, and we saw that Zekafin go right ahead and take a very aggressive position. We can see them really take control of that choke point there, especially with the crab, to deny any pushes through, any avenues back in. We do see a tri-strike coming in, so this could be Secret Elixir's way forward back into the zone as they do manage to cap it and push ahead slightly slower than the other team, than Black Komodo managed to into that choke point.
Yeah, Secret
But
Elixir used those tri-strikes very prominently. One player targeting one zone, the other targeting another, and able to flip the zone. Not getting a lot of points off of it, however, as 2 of them go down. And Black Komodo is just going to chip away at these penalty points once again. But we do see a tri-strike charged by that T-Tech, and another one on the side of with the Neo Splash as well. We do see a tactical pop on the side of Black Komodo as they just dwindle down these points. Getting to 53, are they going to be able to get it any further? And they are, but a Kraken comes out on the side of Secret Elixir and it gets one of them down. They're unable to get another one, sadly, as Black Komodo still does seem to have possession of both of these zones.
and those Krakens have been able to work out for them, I think, in terms of getting picks. Not the greatest painting special, but certainly being able to push up ahead. I'm really enjoying seeing the Kraken usage here. Secret Elixir manages to get zone again, and their points are managing to go down. They get a pick right there. They're moving up into the choke point. Let's see how much they can hold it as they get yet another pick. They have a Kraken ready as well to use whenever they need. To maintain control, to really distract the other team as well, to stop them being able to push forward. And it looks like they may be even getting lead right here. They do have 3 specials charged up on Black Komodo's side, which will be their avenue back in should they be able to coordinate it right here.
Yeah, Secret Elixir has a very strong front line all the way up into Black Komodo space. Just dwindling those points down even further, getting all the way into the 10s. If Black Komodo doesn't do something quickly, that will be game for Secret Elixir as the Tri-Slaughter tries to get a push in but are unable to, as the ZF goes down as well. And that is a wipeout for Secret Elixir as they take game 2 and round 1 set against Black Komodo 2-0.
That was pretty damn incredible. I think the way they managed to push up was really strong. They managed to have some very good positioning, but also Black Komodo being able to retake some of that space as well was very impressive. Really well played from both teams, but unfortunately Black Komodo, as this was a best of 3 set, Black Komodo is out from round 1 of Top Cut.
Yes, Secret Elixir moves on to semifinals of Top Cut in Minnow Cup number 20. And with that, that is, I believe, the end from both of us here. Lily, where can the people find you on social
You
media?
can find me on Twitter at Lily Gravy Bread. That's Lili, the word gravy, and the word bread, all as one word. That's my handle. You should be able to see it up on screen right there as well. And Drew, you are on Twitter as well.
Yes, you can find me over on Twitter at Drewmar_SBL. You can see on the screen right here. And that is it from us. We will be handing it off to 2 new commentators, Nito and Gus. So stick around for that as we start round 2 of Minnow Cup number 20 Top Cut.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to Minnow Cup semifinals. My name is Gus, and I'm joined here by my wonderful color commentator.
It's me. It's gonna be Nito, and today we've got an exciting matchup that's getting ready right now. Actually, we've got straight into game one.
We're going
Orca
straight into it.
Ballestra versus Benthic Brigade. Both of these teams looking to continue their currently undefeated matchup. Both of them going 4-1 in groups. So it's very exciting to see how both of these how this plays out, because Rapid Ascent has been doing pretty well until Benthic Brigade stopped them, and so far Orca Ballestra has been going undefeated in the top cut.
And this is looking like a real standard comp. The only difference that we see is pretty much the CDS and then the E-leader. Nito, what do you think is going to be playing out? I mean, we have a bunch of crabs on the screen. What do you think is going to be the game plan moving around?
Well, for Orca Ballestra, one of their main ways of playing it is just making sure they continue to move. They're continuing to be as aggressive as possible, and it might not be working out for them as they've got one player going down. There might be another one going down as Slosh and Tormy are taking that 2v1 on the right side. But as I say that, the Thrashing Machine comes down, takes a few picks on the board, gets two of them down, and this might be it for Benthic Brigade's move as Orca Ballestra comes in, takes back the zone. But as far as I'm concerned, Benthic Brigade just needs to play it safe, needs to play it calm, because one thing Orca Ballestra does very well is mobilizing themselves. As we saw in the beginning, they did make a few blunders there at the beginning, but so far they're gonna continue to hold down the fort.
Right, and we see the key part here is that Benthic Brigade has a couple of specials online. They popped the Booyah Bomb. Let's see if they use the remaining crab tank to pretty much challenge. Orca Ballestra also has their own specials to challenge back. One of the splashes goes down on Benthic Brigade. It seems like pretty much a slobber fest right now. And the thing that Orca Ballestra had going for them when they were trying to push back in is that they teamed up in those fights. But as we see right now, Benthic Brigade is picking them off one by one, and that's letting them get back into the game. It's still pretty close. I mean, it's a close game. Everybody's below 50, so you can't count any out, and you can't count any team out right now.
Oh, absolutely not, especially Benthic Brigade, which with the way they're currently defending, they have another crab online. They've saved both of the crabs when they're starting to when Orca Ballestra starts to make their push, and they're starting to make their push right now, taking down 2 clams, maybe taking out 3. There could be a 4th one going down. Mr. Austin
and get a wipe
trouble, and that's it. Orca Ballestra is getting back into the mix, and you can see it's starting to become an offensive battle on both sides. Neither team has been able to set up a fairly effective defense, because both of these teams go down in wipes, and as you can see here, they're starting to go down just a bit too early there.
Yeah, and I think the key here too for Orca was that they didn't even use 2 of their specials at the time to push in and get those picks. They still had their specials while pushing in, and it still gives them enough time to recalibrate. But we see Benthic Brigade just got that nice snipe on that crab tank, and they're gonna push back. It looks like they're gonna get the cap on the zone right now, and they do.
Yeah, and I know this Charger player doing very well. Actually, used to be a roller main, and for a part of it used to be a Splatling main, but now transferred to E-leader. And as you can see, doing a very effective job there, making sure Orca Ballestra doesn't rush in too quickly or doesn't lose more than they should. And as they say that, they pop the crab, but they still lose 1 player. Down to 39 remaining. Benthic Brigade is cutting down on Orca Ballestra's lead fairly quickly here, and it's going to be tough to see because Orca Ballestra doesn't currently have any specials to come back with, and as I say that, the Booyah comes out. Is it enough for them to recapture the zone? It's going to be a close one here as they both battle it out, and Benthic Brigade keeps a hold of it.
Wow! Oh my God! We just see a Booyah Bomb trying to cap the zone, but we saw that Benthic Brigade was just playing it cool. They knew that they didn't have any follow-up, and they were able to cap the zone and get the win right here. Nito, what did you see at the end? I mean, we saw that Orca they did have the lead, and they did have a bit of time, but it looked like they popped that Booyah Bomb really early, and it allowed Benthic Brigade just to paint over the Booyah Bomb, maintaining the zone and getting the win. What did you see on your end?
When you're in that type of situation, and when you have those specials at your disposal, you have to understand that at that point, once you see that lead going down fairly quickly, it starts to become more of a desperation play rather than a strategic play, which
Right.
Understandably so. Orca Ballestra is currently in a crucial spot here, semifinals, 1 step away from getting into the grand finals. So Orca Ballestra just needs to do whatever they can to get in there and try to get that lead back. But Benthic Brigade so far, understanding that this is going to be an offensive battle throughout these next few games. They're playing it safe, they're playing it defensively, they have the E-leader on their side, so they can afford to play it safe. And I think we're going to continue to see more of that later on.
Right, and everyone, please remember that this is a best of 3 in semifinals. So if Benthic Brigade wins one more time here on Sturgeon Shipyard Splat Zones, Orca Ballestra is out, and they're going to the third place matchup, and we see Benthic Brigade move on to finals. Now, Nito, for Sturgeon Shipyard, what do you think the plan is here? I mean, do you stick with the double crab? I mean, that pretty much seems to be the play here. Even the patch just dropped a few days ago. I don't think the teams have enough time to experiment with comms in like 2 days to get ready. What are you expecting for Sturgeon Shipyard?
Right, the safest play here, I feel like they're just going to keep the crabs in anyway. You have a lot of high spaces here. The reason I like this map is because many Slosher mains will agree with you and say, there's a lot of high spaces here. You take those high spaces and you use them to your advantage. And as I say that too, sloshing machines come out, and it might be a double crab from Benthic Brigade. So I see a bit of variation in here, although when I say variation, we're also talking about the meta, so it's kind of contradictory. But there is 2 machines here, so I think Orca Ballestra is listening to me here, so I want to see how this plays out.
Right, and we do see a Nautilus on the Benthic Brigade side. I'm wondering what the play is here. Maybe they're trying to use the point sensors to detect people when they're behind the spinner. I'm not sure what the play is here, but it looks like Benthic Brigade is pushing very aggressively right here, trying to get spinner. But very smart, Orca uses their tri-strikes to get back in, and now they're popping all their specials, trying to recap the zone. Will they get the zone? That's the real question here. We see 2 down go from Benthic Brigade, and they do get the zone. Nito, what's the game plan here? What is Orca supposed to do to maintain the zone?
So you saw earlier there, they're actually doing a lot better job at that special coordination. They saw Booyah. They saw some people peeking out on their left side. They popped the crab out to kind of get them moving. Popped the Booyah bomb in response to them moving, and so they're using these specials to kind of their advantage here. And that's what's going to keep them getting into back into the zone, because as far as I see it, Benthic Brigade is going to have a lot of defense now that they know how Orca is going to play. So as long as they can keep that coordination going, they'll be in a lot better shape. Or you can just make some plays like that.
Wow, what a great play by Sushi. Just a double pick there. They realized that 2 people were getting on spinner, and they just took 2 people out. Now, Orca Ballestra has 3 specials online. What are they going to do? They have a lot of pushing potential here. We do see I think that's the splash moving in. They're trying to maintain spinner. They pop up crab tank. Benthic Brigade has 2 specials. They have 2 specials to push back in. I'm not sure what the game plan is here. They have to get back spinner because it looks like that machine is being a nuisance, and they get the pig. I think the double machine was really the play here. They're really trying to prevent people from getting on spinner, which is a crucial component in pushing back in here for Sturgeon Shipyard.
I'm noticing there, if one of the splashes is trying to go for a pick there, I think they're relying on the 2v1s, are actually just on mechanics alone, but it's not going to be enough when you're playing against a team like Orca Ballestra that knows how to coordinate themselves so well as they take on a 3v2 on the left side. Orca Ballestra is trying to tie the game 1-1, heading into a Game 3 in semifinals.
Orca Ballestra is saying, we're not out. They were listening to you, Nito. They said, you know what? Let's drop one of our weapons, pick up another machine, which I think it really made a big difference. Machine is really good at poking, especially on that spinner side, and they were able to get a couple of picks, and Sushi, I think, turned the tides when they got that double on the spinner and were able to cap the zone, and they pretty much didn't let go of the zone since then. I mean, Benthic Brigade did a great job of coordinating their specials towards the end, but I don't think it was enough. Like you said, I think Orca Ballestra's mechanics in winning those 1v1s and those crucial fights was really instrumental. Now, Nito, we're moving on to Inkblot Art Academy. It's obviously one of everybody's favorite maps, and I think we always see these in every sets and every tournament. What's the game plan? We got Splat zones. Does the E-leader come back out for Benthic Brigade?
Absolutely. I think if you're Benthic Brigade right now, again, every match is a learning experience. So I think Benthic Brigade has to go back to that E-leader. they have to go back to what was working so well for them in the first game because, again, when you're playing a team like Orca Ballestra, you're playing a team that has a lot of skill, both mechanically and in coordination. So if you pull out the E-leader, you're starting to reduce the amount of chances they have. They can't rely on their mechanics so much as they have to rely on moving around and making sure that E-leader is distracted and not focused on one singular player because it worked out very well for them in the first game, and it could work out very well for them here, especially on a map like Inkblot that's very open, especially regarding Splat zones.
Right, and regardless if we see the E-leader come back out, I think the splashes are going to remain. So I think the key thing here is setting up in top mid with the splash and the crab tank because it has tremendous. Oh, we see a Hydra come out. What's going on here? And we do see the E-leader come back out from Benthic's side. This is going to be an interesting matchup. I think the key thing here is how each team sets up their backlines in top mid to maintain a stronghold and prevent anybody from pushing back in. So what are we thinking here, Nito? What's the game plan?
You see two Ninja Squids on the side of Benthic Brigade. I think they were anticipating some sort of backline coming out, some sort of anchor, because when you have two weapons like the Sloshing Machine and the Splash, you want to make sure you're making those sneaky plays on those backlines. Maybe they're doing it for double crab as well, because you want to make sure you're sticking up close to them. But as soon as I say that, both of them are going to go down. Actually, we might see another one go down. Splash is in a bit of trouble. And the other Splash is going to back up. Orca Ballestra probably going to prop the crab in the middle. There it is. The Booyah is going to come out as well. 71 points remaining. They're going to drain a few of those specials. Make sure Benthic Brigade is out of options. But as I say that, they have two crabs at the ready. One's going out. The Booyah starts to come out. It's up to 50 remaining, and Benthic Brigade is in a lot of trouble here. But they do get the 3 down. There is one player left on the left side. And it's going to go into Benthic Brigade's favor for now.
And we see Sushi just took out 2 people. Can they get 3? They got 3. Sushi's holding it down for Orca Ballestra. That was a really good play by them. I mean, it could have gone a lot worse. 3 players from Benthic Brigade went down. And this gave Orca Ballestra the opportunity to push back in. Because one thing that we noticed was that Orca Ballestra popped all their specials, but they didn't really get enough picks for Benthic Brigade to stall their pushes. But Sushi just made a great, tremendous play in there, and I think it's keeping Orca Ballestra on top. We see that they're keep getting the picks. Nito, what is Benthic Brigade supposed to do?
Make sure you're keeping Sushi occupied, because when you have a great game plan in mind, it could all go away as soon as you meet a player like this. And as I say that, Sushi's going to try to look for another hero play. There isn't quite enough to get it. And Benthic Brigade so far gets themselves back into control. But you still have to watch for other not errant plays, but other spontaneous plays like that. Because again, Benthic Brigade has shown us that they can do very well on defense. But if they let plays like that go, then they're in a lot of trouble heading into the second half of the match.
Yeah, and we see Orca Ballestra pop 2 of their specials there. We saw the Booyah Bomb come out. We saw the Crab Tank Bomb come out. It's pretty much a slobber fest right now, but it looks like Orca Ballestra was able to get 2 picks. But they need a cap zone. They need to cap zone so they can get the penalty, but the zone's not capped. There we go, finally. Now we see Orca Ballestra getting that penalty, which will be huge for them. Even if they lose it here, they can still get a few seconds so they can get some breathing room. And I'm telling you, Nito, Sushi's just having the game of their life right now. Look at the movement. Even though there's 2 down, they're still fighting.
Right, this is PETA right now with at
Yeah.
least the trade. So that's a pretty good job from PETA. PETA and Sushi showing us the best that the food industry has to offer here by going with double splash and popping off so far. I think both teams actually go 1 down. And there's Sushi yet again with 2 players going down, and they're going to go straight for the E-leader, as that E-leader is going to be in a lot of trouble, and they're going to try to get that E-leader down with the crab, but it's not going to quite be enough. The Booyah comes out, and there's another player. They have to be watching that right side, because again, that's the machine with the Ninja Squid, so you have to be watching out for it. That could be very dangerous if they let that go. Sushi now in a 2v1, able to get at least a trade. But Benthic Brigade needs to just make sure they're keeping it together. And most importantly, just making sure they keep their mental together. With a minute left to go, they cannot make the mistake. They have to play to win here.
Right, and we saw Voiden very smart They saw that their teammates went down. They went back, and now they have a Booyah Bomb online. They have 2 Booyah Bombs. They have a Crab Tank. This could be their chance to retake back mid. They used the first Booyah Bomb to displace the E-Leader, which was a good play. They got 2 down, but they really got to get the zone here if they really want to apply a penalty right here, which it seems like they can. Voiden got to win that 1v1, and they do. They got Josephalopod from Benthic Brigade, and they get another one. Can they get the super jump? Good patience by Voiden there. I think really noticing how much of their teammates were down, saving their Booyah Bomb, going back, so they can have 2 Booyah Bombs, one to displace the E-Leader, one to get back to zone and get that Crab Tank back in.
Remember, we can't speak too soon. 15 ticks left for Orca Ballestra to take this one away, but so far, Benthic Brigade has all 4 players remaining. They are able to take down a Booyah. They're able to take down 3 players. It's just up to the Hydra to make something happen. This thing's going to go into overtime. So far, Benthic Brigade keeping the paint control going. They've got most of the map covered in magenta, but it's up to Orca Ballestra. Remember, Sushi's going to come down your right side of the screen there. They have to be watching for Sushi, and they've got the display ping going up. But they have to watch for the other players as well. The Booyah comes out. The Crab comes out. 28 ticks remaining for Benthic Brigade.
That's a good pick there.
It's all or nothing here.
That's a good pick there.
That's going to be a good pick from Voiden. This could be enough to take it back. Orca Ballestra is going to Grand Finals.
Jesus. Oh my God. That, there was just so much going on there. But I think the key thing here is that Orca Ballestra knew they had time. We saw Sushi drop on the left side. They knew that probably wasn't the best play, so they jumped back so they wouldn't be in disadvantage. But even at the same time, I believe it was Voiden and Peta that had the 2 specials. Voiden popped the Booyah Bomb. Peta went into Crab Tank. And Voiden got that crucial pick at the end. And I think that's what locked them into getting the zones.
Yeah, intentional play or not, when you make a play like that and you I think either Voiden or it has to be Voiden or Femi that saw that, but one of them saw it, that they saw 2 players, or at least 3 of them, going for Sushi, decide to go on the right side, because now all the attention's on the left side, and that gets Orca Ballestra into the zone. They actually even have the specials to go with it, so as long as they can even paint half the zone, they stall it for Benthic Brigade, and that's what got them the win there. They're able to diffuse attention, get themselves in towards the left side, capture the zone, and Benthic Brigade just didn't have a quick enough response for it.
Right, and starting off this set, Orca Ballestra was put on their back foot because Benthic Brigade won the first game in this set in Brian Waters Springs. So we saw both teams played extremely well, but I think what Orca Ballestra did was that they capitalized on, okay, this is not working. They dropped the CDS, and they were like, this isn't working. Let's use 2 machines on Sturgeon Shipyard. And then they used 2 splashes again on the last match that we just saw in Inklings Art Academy. And that pretty much helped them, adapt to what they were trying to do. And props to both teams. I think Sushi, really great player, really good fights that they did. And we can't take anything away from Peta and Voiden and Femi. They all played extremely well. And same thing with Benthic Brigade.
Absolutely. You saw Benthic Brigade, especially in that first match. They have what it takes to keep that defensive power going, and you saw it more towards the end there. They're able to make those quick time decisions, able to make plays on the fly. So we're going to be looking forward to what Benthic Brigade does in the future. But coming up next, we're going to have grand finals here for y'all in just a second. Orca Ballestra will be taking on Heaven's Reflection. So don't change the channel. We'll be right back. This is going to be one heck of a matchup. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome everyone to the main event of the afternoon, evening, morning, depending on wherever you are. It's grand finals of Minnow Cup number 20, and this is it, y'all. This is one of the biggest matchups I've seen so far. It's Orca Ballestra versus Heaven's Reflection. I'm Nito. I'm gonna be joined by my co-commentator Gus. We've got, oh my goodness, I'm ready. I want to see how this goes.
Yeah, and I think this is very telling that we are listening to Spicy Calamari Incantation. This is going to be a very spicy set. It's a best of 5. We just saw Orca Ballestra on stream take on Benthic Brigade, and Heaven's Reflection took on one of the rising teams in low level against the Secret Elixir team. This is going to be a great grand finals, and I hope everyone in chat is looking forward to some great matches. Now, Nito, we have Hagglefish Market Splat Zones. That's our first map. What's kind of the play here? I mean, Hagglefish has 2 routes where you can, flank. It's pretty neutral heavy in my opinion, but what do you think is going to be the game plan for both teams?
So, I'm sure we've been paying attention to the last semifinals match. I'm currently, Orca Ballestra, they've got all the momentum in the world. They just beat Benthic Brigade, which is another up-and-coming team. They've beaten Ikaryoku. I'm just making sure I get that right. But they beat both of those teams. So what they've done so far is keep the same comps so far. Using that double splash machine. They might even pull out the dually squelcher. And okay, cool. I guess I was right there. And here comes Heaven's Reflection. They've got the Octo Brusher using full advantage of the Hagglefish and all of its openings to flank, but they also have the E leader to counter any sort of flank or any sort of attack Orca Ballestra may come up with at the end there. And as I say that, Heaven's Reflection, one of the players having to take a 3v1 there, quite a sticky situation for him. Heaven's Reflection, both teams trading off. Actually, Heaven's Reflection goes 3 down. Orca Ballestra is going to go off to a great start here, getting themselves down to 90 remaining within the first 30 seconds of the match.
Yeah, I think what I saw there was PETA. They recognized that one of these flashes on Heaven's Reflection popped on the right, trying to get a pick. I believe that was on Voiden. But, PETA just turned right, popped the crab, and just automatically bombed the crab tank. But we do see here that Orca Ballestra is being pushed back, and Heaven's Reflection is able to cap the zone here. And I think what they're doing here is that they're teaming up. That's the main thing that you want to do in any game mode. You want to team up, and you want to be able to set up your E-leader in a good position so they can lock everyone out. But we do see that Orca Ballestra has 2 specials right now, and they seem to be popping all of them. But we do see PETA go down, and that's going to be very detrimental given that that's their crab tank. But as soon as I say that, Orca Ballestra is just winning on mechanics, Nito. What is going on?
Yeah, if you noticed how Heaven's Reflection was positioned, especially when they took the zone, none of them went farther than that one platform in the middle there, because they know they can't afford to make that mistake against a team like Orca Ballestra, where every player on that team can easily take that 1v1. I saw one of them try to go for the zip cast, but again, you're playing against a team that they just know what they're doing, quite frankly. They have all the mechanics on their side, and they're going down to 3rd remaining. Heaven's Reflection, though, they're having to make that they're having to force themselves in using that Stingray, or using that Killer Whale, using that Splash Wall. They might be able to get a pick or 2 here, and they might actually neutralize the zone. They do put a penalty on Orca Ballestra, but they're gonna be under a lot of trouble because they're playing very erratically here. They have 2 players go down. Actually, both players go down, and this could be Heaven's Reflection's opening here.
Oh, and we do see 3 go down. This is a dire situation for Heaven's Reflection. But as I say that, the Ink Brush Paolo does go with the trade. But the key thing here is that they need to build their specials. They need to get Crab Tank. They need to get that Killer Whale to push people out. As soon as I say that, Orca Ballestra with another good Crab Tank takes out the 52. But we do see Heaven's Reflection use that Crab Tank, push back in, and they get that cap, which is very crucial for them to put that penalty and stop Orca Ballestra from getting the zone and getting additional points on this match. Nito, what's the game plan? Heaven's Reflection is down. They have a few specials here. What are they supposed to do to prevent Orca Ballestra from, coming back in and getting the zone.
Well, you have to make sure you're keeping tabs on the players like that, able to take away a pick off of Voiden from Orca Ballestra, and actually able to take 3 down. That's almost a delayed wipe there to get the triple. But that's the way to do it, because I saw them going for a 2v1 there. They used a bit of coordination to make those plays. As far as if you're able to do that against a team like this, a team that can outplay you 1v1, if you start taking those 2v1s, you're going to get yourself into the lead. They get themselves into the lead, which 14 remaining, but Orca Ballestra is going to have to fight tooth and nail to get it back. They get it back against Heaven's Reflection. Although Sushi gets themselves in a bit of trouble, they go 3 down now, and Heaven's Reflection is going to get themselves back into control.
Right, and I think here Orca Ballestra needs to recognize, okay, we got the cap. We have additional time. Let's build up our specials. We need to push back in with the specials. Because Heaven's Reflection, it seems like midway, Nito, that they adjusted, like you said, they're teaming up in their fights. I believe it was Paulo and someone else. They were going in together. I think it was Ego, planning their fights, coordinating their fights together. But right now, Orca Ballestra pushed back in. I mean, the crab tank got... Oh, and they get the crab tank!
Wow,
That's going to be really, really, really good for them.
And you saw a bit there. You mentioned Heaven's Reflection coordinating their 2v1s. Orca Ballestra, how about coordinating their specials? I saw the T-Tech come out, and they also brought out the Booyah Bombs, so that gives them a lot of painting power, and it could be enough to get themselves back into the lead. But Heaven's Reflection, they broke the brush, is going to have to come out there. 15 remaining, they barely miss out on the lead. And there's a super jump coming in. Can it be enough? No, it won't. Both teams trading blows there. 10 seconds left on the clock, or Heaven's Reflection having to just sit there and wait for them to make the mistake. Orca Ballestra, though, finds the mistake, and isn't it enough? Heaven's Reflection takes game 1, and oh my goodness, that could have gone either way.
Oh my god. 1 point, Nito. 1 point. That's all they needed. And Heaven's Reflection, I believe it was, I think it was Torzen, threw in the wall, prevented people from painting the zone. That's so unfortunate. I could only imagine what Orca Ballestra was feeling, seeing that zone get capped right in the last second before they took the lead.
Oh my goodness! And you saw it's that sort of desperation play that you make at the end of that match. With 10 seconds remaining, it's Orca Ballestra. At this point, they have to notice that Heaven's Reflection is making that sort of adjustment against their sort of comps. At this point, when you're playing Museum, I saw them play the Hydra. There's a chance they play the Hydra here again, so they can at least give whoever's in that 2v1 some sort of backup. So they could very well pull out the Hydra here again. And in Heaven's Reflection, though, Octobrush on Museum, you have a map as big as this. Maybe you want to be flanking as much.
Right, and we see Museum here. It's going to be an interesting map because unlike Hagglefish, if you need to retreat, there's a bunch of space that you can, back off from. In Museum, once you drop, you're dropped. And if you want to get back up to your plat, to your spinner, you have to either jump back to your teammates, jump back to base, or go through spinner in mid, which is pretty revealing. I mean, if Heaven's Reflection decides to go with the E-leader, Orca Ballestra is gonna really have to be careful about how they're positioning themselves and how they're teaming up with each other to get into the zone. So it'll be a very interesting map to see. Are you expecting any? You mentioned the Hydra. Do you think anything else new that we're gonna see in this upcoming map?
I mean, with a map as wide as this, it's still going to be crab. You might even expect a Neo Splash to come out sometime soon, because that's just the splash. There's the Hydra, by the way. The Neo Splash alone, when you have that sort of special in the triple ink strike, that gives you a lot of painting power alone, which Orca Ballestra has already with the T-Tech. So perhaps that should be enough for them. But Heaven's Reflection is going to keep that double ninja squid comp, which I believe they also used in the last match. So they want to keep applying the pressure, but now that they know how they can approach those fights, I believe they have a better idea of how they're going to use that Ninja Squids are advantaged. As I say that, two of the players go down. Sushi in a lot of trouble there, and Orca Ballestra is just losing players left and right. Heaven's Reflection standing strong within the first 30 seconds. Oh my goodness, this is a less than ideal start for Orca Ballestra.
Right, and I think the key here was that Heaven's Reflection set up their charger very well, and they were able to get a pick on the Hydra, I believe, on the right side. But we do see Void in here fighting themselves back in. Can they get the leader? But they can't. But it looks like they're assisting their fight on the right side, and they need to get the pick. They're trying to get the zone, but Paulo with that nice pick gets the pick on Voiden, and it looks like they're trying to get one more. I mean, at least they capped the zone. They have time. The key thing here is that they have the T-Tech, they have the Crab Tank. They need to coordinate to get back in, but it looks like the splash just goes down on Orca Ballestra, and we see Paulo pushing in here very aggressively.
Right, I believe it's the splash that I saw, the same player that I noticed them not going for the 2v1 there, and oh my goodness, the brush is coming in right behind, says, I'm going to take this, and this is going to be my canvas. 3 players going down now from Orca Ballestra. The Hydra doing their best. Oh, they dropped themselves down. That's going to be a dangerous spot for them. As 2 players go down from Orca Ballestra. One of them goes down again. 2 again. Oh my goodness. Heaven's Reflection has got their number right now. 29 remaining, and it looks like this is Heaven's Reflection's game to lose.
Yeah, and I think here, you see that Heaven's Reflection is running a faster comp in comparison to Orca Ballestra. That's why you have to be very careful how you drop on this map, because once you drop, you're pretty much in for a fight. But it looks here that Orca Ballestra, they were able to recompose themselves. They're able to cap the zone here, and we saw that the E-Leader on Heaven Reflection side jumped out, which was a smart play on their part. And right now, they're finally putting points on the board, Nito. If, you know, this is a very crucial moment for them to get more points on the board and get that win, get on the leaderboard, because, they get a loss here. They're really put in the back foot again, like they were in semifinals.
Yeah, and it's really hard to play against, especially when you're playing against Heaven's Reflection and the way they've been playing offensively. I'm going to start calling this the full send offense, because that's exactly what they're doing here. They're just going left and right, making sure we just send someone in there. And just like that, the splash coming in for the assist from the top rope. The crab coming out from the right side of Orca Ballestra. They're taking 2 down. There comes the 52 guy trying to get a pick, gets the assist. 3 down now from Orca Ballestra. Man, those KA numbers are gonna be crazy on Heaven's Reflection side.
And that was a delayed wipeout there. I mean, Heaven's Reflection, their splash was just sharking for that T-Tech to pop their tri-strikes, and it took them out when they were vulnerable. But it looks like the thing here, they need to cap the zone. Orca Ballestra caps the zone. Heaven's Reflection is down 1. They're on the right side. They need to team up to take out these 2 people on the right. And we do see Voiden get 1. They need help to get... Oh, and Voiden gets 2. That's really huge for them. They're still in the game, Nito. We can't count Orca Ballestra out. They're getting more points. It's not over. It's not over. We still have a minute left.
We talk about mid-game adjustments. I'm starting to see maybe a mid-game adjustment being made here. You see Voiden now, actually, you see the Hydra now starting to take more 2v1s, helping their Slayers out. So maybe we're starting to see here another response to Heaven's Reflection, because they're going for what I call the full send offense, and now they're going to play against that. And as I say that, the full send offense put itself to good use there, taking the zone back from Orca Ballestra. Heaven's Reflection now putting a penalty on Orca Ballestra, putting themselves a bit of breathing room. So, and as I say that, 3v1 goes down with the Octobrush. Now they're playing both left and right. 2 down on both sides now. My goodness, consider it an offensive matchup. This is just a response to the Benthic Brigade Orca Ballestra matchup. And now they get back into the zone. 10 points remaining on the penalty. But Orca Ballestra might be able to take it back. It might not be. They're able to take at least 1 pick. Sushi now.
And they
able
get the
to
zone.
slice
They
and
had
dice
10
through
seconds.
the defense.
Oh, they got the zone.
And they got the zone
going
back.
overtime. Oh my god. Nito, my heart is racing. What is going on? The thing is here, they need to maintain control. They got 2 picks. Voided with traded with 2. Oh my god. It's a wipeout. Now, okay, the key here, Fami needs to maintain control here. They have Booyah Bomb. They popped it a little bit early. they're not gonna have anything for the crab tank. The
Help
crab
Sushi!
tank is
No,
really
Sushi's
close.
down! Sorry, just Sushi is
Oh my God.
up there at the spinner all
Wait,
alone. But is it enough? It's still
it's
enough
over.
anyway.
I am lost of words. Okay. So I thought that Booyah Bomb was popped a little bit too early because Splash had the crab tank, but it seemed like Orca Ballestra was holding the Splash in a bad position where they couldn't pop the crab tank, which allowed the Hydra to pop the Booyah Bomb safely. Nito, I'm at a loss of words. Just walk me through what you saw there.
Well, this isn't just grand finals. This is a title fight here. It's like both of these teams are fighting for the world championship. My goodness, this is an offensive matchup in the making. Those KA numbers have to be well into 500s now. But both teams just need to slow down a bit. Like, let's calm down. Let's take a breath. Let's do some shoulder stretches. Because what we're looking at is both of these teams, Heaven's Reflection, just instead of putting their foot on the pedal, they just did away with the accelerator completely and decided send it and just go into their enemy territory. Let's see what happens. Orca Ballestra, they're responding effectively. I noticed them taking a few more 2v1s, especially with the Hydra. The Hydra is playing a key role here as they're actually able to help out Voiden in a few matchups there. But with Mako Mart coming up, Hydra is going to be somewhat of a iffy choice here because with Mako Mart, it's much shorter. Heaven's Reflection has been running an E-leader so far, so Orca Ballestra, for all I know, they could be running double splash, double machine here, or maybe even just like double splash T-Tech machine, because when you have that much paint with you and it's that small a map, it's very hard. You'll notice that it's very hard to play Splatoon when the other team doesn't allow you to play Splatoon and paint the map.
Right. And I think the key here for Heaven's Reflection is that these upcoming 3 maps, they're all in a favor of an E-leader. If you have an E-leader on your team, these are compact maps where the E-leader can get a lot of value. But the key thing is how Heaven Reflection sets up their E-leader to contest against Orca Ballestra, because we saw there that the Hydra was putting themselves in a good position. E-leader wasn't able to get any shots because Orca Ballestra's, their machine and their splash was just taking them out. So let's see if we see a change here. I don't think we're going to see too much of a difference. Oh, we do see a double machine, which I think is perfectly fine for Mako. And we actually see Tenna switch off from the E-leader and go with the custom Jet Sculpture. Nito, what do you think about that pick? Why a custom Jet Sculpture on this map?
Okay, that's pretty interesting here, actually. So, instead of having the E-leader, which, fair enough, that's a good pick to have here, but CJ, you get a little bit more mobility here. You still have the ability to shoot just like that. You've got a shooter weapon now that has a lot of range, and you also have that Ink Storm with you now, so you do have a bit of breathing room now. You can back yourself off if needed, which, if you're playing if you're playing a team like Orca Ballestra, might just be what you need, because again, this is a highly skilled team mechanically, so you want to make sure you can back yourself out of those matchups. But as I say that, they go 3 down now. It's all up to PETA to see what they can do on their own. They're currently facing a 2v1 with I believe that was Sushi coming in for the assist there. Well, it's a splash main. But if they get the zone back, actually, Orca Ballestra getting themselves back into zone possession, and as they go 4-2 down, 1 down now, so it's going to be up to Orca Ballestra to see how they respond to what Heaven's Reflection has been doing.
Right, and I think the double machine here is a really good pick because I think buckets, I'm an advocate for all the buckets, and picking it on Mako Mart, I think if you're a bucket player, if you know how to play a bucket, play it on Mako Mart. You're not going to be sorry. We saw that Voiden and the other player that's using the machine, they're pretty much throwing their fizzy bombs in the same direction, getting that chip damage, which would be really good for their splash if they throw a splash bomb in that direction. We see the Booyah Bomb back here. Can they get the shredded crap? And they don't. Oh, Nito, I think what you were saying about the custom Jet Sculpture pick, we saw that they popped the rain in the zone. I think Inkstorm is such an underrated special. in a game that most of specials don't paint in such a passive amount of time, I think that custom Jut Scorcher's Inkstorm is going to be very crucial for pushing back in. But as I say that, Orca Ballestra is pushing back in.
Oh my goodness, the 52 gal going for a bit of a hero play there. You can't be doing that too much there, but it did work out in that they get the trade, but Orca Ballestra gets themselves the zone, which adds on to Heaven's Reflections penalty. Now it's 16 remaining on Orca Ballestra. They still have a penalty to get through, but at the same time, you do have a T-Tech that's just sharking there, and if you want to just throw the bomb at the splash wall, you can do just that, and it'll do all the work for you. But I mean, you still have a lot of players now on Orca Ballestra's side, and to take those 2v1s, as I'm seeing it happen right now, they've knocked down a penalty. Both Heaven's Reflections currently 2 down now, 10 points remaining. This could be enough to get Orca Ballestra to lead. One of them barely falls down. The Orca Ballestra saves them just in time for them to actually get the pick. So, Orca Ballestra takes game 3. This is going to be a close one.
The T-Tech, I believe that was Sushi, I don't remember who was playing the T-Tech, but I believe it was Pita or Sushi. They just took out the 52 gal twice, one with the wall, and they just said another one. And took out the 52 again. It's such a good play on Orca Ballestra's part. We're moving on to Manta Maria. Nito, you won the first match, and then Orca Ballestra won the next 2 matches. What is Heaven's Reflection supposed to do here? How are they supposed to readjust? We're playing on Manta Maria. If you're new to Splatoon 3, this is a new map, but if you've been playing since Splatoon 2, it's a relatively similar map. What is Heaven's Reflection's mental going into this match?
One thing Heaven's Reflection has to understand is that it's far from over yet. You're looking at 2-1. This is exactly where Orca Ballestra want to, not just because they have the advantage, but because they have confidence heading into game 4. So Heaven's Reflection, one, they need to understand that Orca Ballestra is probably going to run another pain-heavy comp again. I can see them running double splash machine T-Tech for all I know, which you're going to see it happen right now. Actually, they got the dually squelch, so it's close enough. But in response, they have to understand that you cannot go for errant plays like that. I mean, this is an offense-heavy matchup we're looking at here. So,
right.
And since Manta Maria has been opened up a bit wider now to allow for more paint and more challenges there, you just have to understand that you can't be going in too fast, because there's an almost 95% chance an Orca Ballestra player is sharking in there somewhere. That rain's gonna be popped out soon enough, but it's not enough.
Yeah.
That crab is gonna be faster, and it's gonna be 2 zones in favor of Orca Ballestra.
That was really unfortunate on Heaven's Reflection's part. I mean, Nito, if Heaven's Reflection can't bounce back from this, Orca Ballestra is your Minnow Cup Splat Zones champion. I think what was unfortunate there was that Tenna was using the rain right when the crab tank was popped, resulting in them then getting picked off. But this is really good for Heaven's Reflection. The thing is, they need to capitalize on this. There's 2 that. Oh, what a great pick from the crab tank. Oh, Sushi. That was really crucial for them, and it allows them to really set up here.
Yeah, you notice how on the right zone, there's at least one player. The machine goes down. There was one player machine. The crab doesn't even focus on him anyway, because you know that there's a 2v1 in the making there on the right side. But it gives you get that sort of confidence. One, because you're playing crab tank, which is probably one of the weapons in the game. It just does everything for you. But when you have that sort of 2v1, and you want to be, which is, again, that's one of the adjustments I saw them make in the earlier matchups. But they go 3 down now. Orca Ballestra now using a lot of their mechanical advantage to their potential. Because when you have 4 players like that, why not just go for 1v1s? Actually, you know what? That answers my question, because one of them just went down. So you know what? Rescind that last question. Let's just watch the rest of the match.
And, I think the key here as well is that this is the first map in finals that we're seeing be played on a double zone map. As we saw there, Heaven's Reflection had enough time where they could just neutralize the zone by capping their zone, and they're not losing points, but they're still building up specials, and it's essentially in a neutral standpoint. And we see Heaven's Reflection. They're pretty much capping up here. Paulo gets that double pick. That's such a great job by Paulo. But unfortunately, from Orca Ballestra, they get 2 down. And Heaven's Reflection just sees 2 downs go down right now, but they have the lead, which is really good for them. And Orca Ballestra is able to bounce back. How are we supposed to play on these 2 zones maps? But what's going on?
I think what I'm starting to notice is that Orca Ballestra, if you notice them going for more 1v1s, or at least going for more, or at least there are players going for plays they can make on their own, it's because when Heaven's Reflection was one of their players was on that on the bottom side or what is the bottom side of the screen now. They got one player in a 2v1, but none of their other teammates went to go help them out. So now they're relying on the fact that these people might just be tired enough to not notice it. But as I say that, the brush comes in, just escapes just in time for them to make the getaway.
They drop
and it's
into the
going to be 2
bomb.
players going down. And now it's up to Orca Ballestra. They do get another player down. And now it's up to siege that to try to keep that zone up. It's not gonna. It might actually be enough because they still keep the zone. Orca Ballestra is gonna take it fairly quickly though, down to 15 remaining, and it's still an offensive matchup. It's still a title fight here. Both of these teams going blow for blow, but it's still very much a toss-up.
That was a really good pick on Heaven's Reflections part, but they just get crab tank up on the face. PETA with a crab tank that just obliterated one of the players from Heaven's Reflection. They have 1 minute left. Heaven's Reflection needs to remember that they still have a couple of minutes. They are the ones pushing in. They have time. They have 1 minute left. And it looks like it's pretty much a slobber fest right now. We see both teams trading off. Orca Ballestra is down. Ego needs to get this pick right here on Sushi, and they do.
This is round 12 of a 12-round boxing match. Both of these players clearly playing to win, but you can't help but notice some of the mistakes they're making. You notice like the Octobrush going for a 1v1 that quickly turns into a 4v1. Heaven's Reflection having to keep that left zone, and they notice the T-Tech on the left side? They do, and they have to keep it at bay because they have 2 players now, Voiden and the T-Tech. The T-Tech takes 2 players, but they're so close to taking a lead. Orca Ballestra down to 10 seconds remaining. Both teams have to be playing for the win here, but the Heaven's Reflection doesn't have enough time to find a response. It's over! Oh my goodness!
My God.
It would have been one of the most chaotic grand finals I've seen. Orca Ballestra wins it all 3-1, taking home the gold medal for Minnow Cup 20 from Top Cut.
And I think this is such a interesting way of going out. If you remember on the first match, Heaven's Reflection won by 1 point by recapping the zone on Orca Ballestra. And now Orca Ballestra did the same thing to Heaven's Reflection on the last map, winning with 1 point. I could not imagine a better way for Orca Ballestra to win this match. And congratulations to Orca Ballestra for becoming your Minnow Cup number 20 Splat Zones champion. Oh, Nito, concluding thoughts. What do you think?
I mean, talk about a poetic finish. That is possibly the best way for Orca Ballestra to go out. I mean, like I said earlier, that at the end, when you reach game 4, it's less about mechanics, and when you reach that far into a tournament, you get into grand finals, you're gone past game 3. At that point, it's no longer about mechanical skill as much as it is about surviving. Because both of these teams, they're tired as heck, but it's all about, at that point, you kind of just throw it out of the window and say, who wants it more? And Orca Ballestra wanted it more here, but you can't count out Heaven's Reflection because they're still able to make those mid-game adjustments, and we noticed it in the first match. I noticed bits of it in the preceding matches, so both of these teams still with a lot of potential. Ultimately, Orca Ballestra takes home the win in what has been one of the most exciting matchups I have seen.
Right, and I think Orca Ballestra, we saw on chat, they were confident. They said, we're gonna win. And they stuck to their word. They did the actions that they needed to get them to finals, and they won 3-1. It's like you said, I think this is a very good poetic ending, and I'm excited for these teams to come back for Middle Cup or whatever tournament that they participate in, because they truly showed that these are two great caliber teams in the current level that they're in to make it into finals and to compete at a very, good level while being streamed.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of streams, I believe we have a raid lined up for y'all real quick, right after the stream's over. But as for us, that's gonna be it for us today. It's been one heck of a tournament, and we can't wait to see y'all next time. I'm Nito. Y'all can see me. You can find me at Nito Unused on Twitter, Nito Splat on Twitch, and you just may happen to find me making very terrible April Fool's jokes. I'm not actually a comedian, so.
And everyone, you can all find me at Gus Platoon on everything, on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter. Just, put my name and put Splatoon and you'll find me there, and you'll see me post probably some bucket gameplay.
Absolutely. So that's gonna be it for us today. Thank y'all so much for joining us. It's been a wonderful time with y'all. We hope you have a good one, and we'll see you next time.
Minnow,